cascades, the sweetest taste, devotion, desperation, need. In pale, mulatto crooked beauty, light exploding from the broken spaces. Blinded, I stretch the chain's length, bone and sinew ripping, your tears and lashes fluttering, great wings of love and death. As he bled and scrambled about the snarling, suspended bed of brambles, searching for perfect, unblemished fruit as an offering, forgetfulness of purpose best of him. It was not perfection, but sweet, ugly, nourishing orbs dancing before him. He forgot recognition. The angled, batting wings, musty and sin, but give no other air. Twitching in audible silence, screaming terrible reverberations through his body. Nobody but they would know a thing. Perfection, the gift, began to fall. All the robins came to dance upon the chest, to wake the body again. Glowing red-breasted orbs glinting, tears of was and wasn't, pools ripple beneath a thousand tiny dancing lamps. What grace and integrity, your heart guiding a flock of messengers, your infiniteness, pink as it dances up and down.
Good evening, everybody.
Lay in your quiet.
I hope you're all having a splendid evening. It's good to see you tonight. It's good to see you for another, another Stalker Tuesday. How are you all doing? Let me give some love to all my homies up in chat. Gotta scroll up and I forgot it doesn't clear my own chat thing whenever I clear the chat, so, y'all aren't seeing the, 50,000 Muller messages I put up there. I'm seeing if maybe my timers still show up when I have run only when live, but I'm convinced that maybe OBS not showing that I'm live in Discord is also why it's not allowing my mix-it-up timers to run, because something is making OBS not tell everything else on my computer that I'm live. So it probably means it's a condition issue with OBS rather than anything else, because I am certifiably live. This is Tucker Theodore. Generally speaking, barring very special instances like my comeback stream last week and my Ina stream with Angel, in 99% of cases, my intro music is always going to be Tucker Theodore's To Make the Sun Hurt. Yes, it's all from, it's a fantastic album, love it. Let's give some love to Kim Tustis. Feels like it was just last week, because it was. Angel, thank you so very much for the raid. I appreciate you trusting your community with me. It's lovely to see you. Cinco, welcome on in to Stalker Tuesday. Amanda, swell to see you as well. Nick's Nightfall, my love. How are you doing? Ziggy, good to see you. And same for you, Rhodey. Lavalia, welcome on in. Alright. So, what are we gonna do? I guess I'll just do the intro once I actually get to the stream proper, shall we? But, oh, I forgot. I had to charge my iPhone during the last 20 minutes, so give me a second. Howdy, lady. Hey, howdy yourself. I love this song. It's a very depressing song. Everything about the man. Song is I really do. I was planning on doing a 10-year anniversary stream of this album when it originally came out. That was not to be, because, unfortunately, you know, I was, a little bit indisposed due to some bad infrastructural problems during that time. Hikari! Let me give Hikari a shout-out, because I don't see him in here very often. Hikari Sentinel, before I go into the main thing, let me give Hikari a shout out. Everybody, Hikari is a fantastic fucking PCHC Foundation head. Had a great time streaming The Sopranos with him this Saturday. So sorry I passed out after like 2 or 3 hours. I was fucking exhausted. But I had a wonderful time with you, good homie, and I hope you're doing well tonight too. It is wonderful to see you up in here. Anybody who is not already following our good homie Hickory, please go follow Hickory, I beg of you. With that, let's dive into tonight's festivities, shall we? Be the lurker at most times, and it's always good. Splendid. Splendid. Alright. There we go, there we go. Sometimes I have to do that, otherwise it doesn't do the now playing. Hi everybody, how are you all doing tonight? For those who are new to our channel, who might have just been dropping in from either the, you know, the fucking suggestions, or from Hickory's, or from whatever, probably Angel's Raid. How are you all doing? I'm Too Much Sascha, the Chernobyl Battle Maid. I cook, I clean, I kill, and whenever I'm not doing any of those things, I'm on stream playing spooky shooty games on Twitch, and unfortunately also currently being blackmailed by a shady UN director. Don't worry about that part. I think I'll find a hard copy of that Tucker Theodore album soon. Not a bad idea. Honestly, only issue is I don't know if Antiquated Future has those in stock. I can actually tell you that right now. Antiquated Future Records. And for currently the album is... No, I want their Bandcamp. I want their Bandcamp. Tucker... Not Lewiston by the Sea, though that is a very good album. Here we go. To Make the Sun Hurt. Oh. Yeah, buying the cassette tape is not even possible on the Bandcamp. Edition of 300. Tucker Theodore would be a really good name for a trans woman. Real. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know if it's just because I already own a copy and it doesn't let me buy another one. Let me open it up here. Yeah, no, sold out. Those cassettes are not available, which is another reason why I really need to get myself a stereo I.O., because my current I.O. is, mono only. Because I've learned that, apparently if you're going to have, like, an XLR, input, you generally want your I.O. to be mono. Why I didn't just get a stereo and make it mono anyway, probably never be pressed again from what I've read. I mean, I can't blame them, because Antiquated Future isn't exactly, they're not exactly, the Flenser, you know? They're a little bit closer to labels like Graveface. They're, in fact, they put out way less music than Graveface. So... I wouldn't be surprised if it was never pressed again, but if nothing else, you can always listen to the album digitally, and I do recommend you listen to the album digitally, because Tucker Theodore's To Make the Sun Hurt is one of the greatest modern folk albums I've ever heard. And it plunges depths of emotions far deeper than even your most critically acclaimed emo album, personally. So speaking of microphones, I got a sore in my fucking mouth. So, speaking of microphones, I did a little bit of tweaking tonight. I have put up acoustic foam panels in my room. I've got a horizontal line of 4 of them right above my monitors, and obviously behind me, because you're likely to hear a lot of my voice bounce off of the monitors in front of me, and then bounce off of the wall behind me, and then hit my mic because it's in cardioid. You're rather likely to end up hearing more sound bounce from behind me than from in front of me. So, I set up a big old block of 9 of them behind me, and a line of 4 of them in front of me. Because after that I ran out of command strips. But hopefully this should look nice. I hope you enjoy that. We're gonna see how it sounds. Obviously, because of how I set up my mic with a mic arm, and a proper pop filter, and everything else going on, you tend to not really hear a whole lot of, like, feedback anyway. I think, generally speaking, echo control, especially in terms of a streaming environment, I've kind of got it about as good as it gets. I'm actually really happy with my mic quality. I've come a long way from having a fucking Yeti Blue sitting on my desk and catching my keyboard noises. Now it's a little bit nicer. Hell, even when I did still have a Yeti Blue, and I was using one up until like 2020 or 2021, because I didn't get this AT 2020 until like August of 2021. And not gonna lie, I've been using the same microphone, the same and the same IO, and even the same fucking XLR mic. Same arm, same pop filter for over 4 years now. She's just been that good. I have never had an issue with it, except for that one time where there was a bitrate discrepancy between my IO and my OS, and it was causing my mic to periodically make me sound like a fucking System Shock enemy. That wasn't fun. But I nipped that in the bud quick. And by quick, I mean after 3 months. But that's not important. It feels right in a way. I feel that specifically lonely emo shit you only get when you see plains or woods for miles and miles. And that is exactly the type of appeal that Duster's music had for me. Especially the album Stratosphere, the legendary Duster album Stratosphere. It's like a vibe that you can only get from like specifically very like noisy and desolate folk music. I think folk music, like obviously it's a big part of why you started seeing bands like Front Bottoms and Mountain Goats popping up, because people realize that there's a way bigger crossover like radius for folk and emo than a lot of people expected. Especially because a lot of people didn't really seem to realize that folk music gets pretty sad, and a lot of the more foundational folk artists were dealing with a fuck ton of mental health problems. I mean, for fuck's sake, you know, just look at like Patsy Cline, fucking Hank Williams Jr., or even James Taylor, whose substance abuse and other various issues he was dealing with were so bad that he actually dodged the Vietnam draft, not by choice, but because he was completely unresponsive when they came to evaluate him, and they just said, no, he's not going to be a fighter, dude. We can't have him. I feel like mental health has always been intrinsically entwined with folk, and yet because of folk music still coming up from like the sorts of American scenes that it did, a lot of folk artists were just making a lot of music about how sad they were, but they were never really actually exploring what was making them sad, and thusly they weren't really getting better. So then you had instances like what happened to poor Patsy Cline, where she basically, you know, like was able to tell that it was her time to go. It's a very interesting kind of like superstition that like you kind of, it feels like a lot of folk artists just know when it's their time to go. Because I mean, Lord knows Patsy Cline did. And then you had fucking, what's his name, Leonard Cohen, where it was like, when he was working on You Want It Darker, you could tell. He fucking knew. Like, he just knew it was his time. Thank you for the Canteen Sip, Mono. The Hank Williams Jr. interviews sampled in that last Gideon album made it so much better. No, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It made that album hit like a truck, actually. Because you could tell, like, obviously, when they're talking about a father, I like to imagine that because that album is, much of that album is about the shit that they faced for, you know, giving up the faith and deciding they didn't want to be Christians anymore. I've kind of always interpreted the sampling of those interviews where the father in this case is referring to God. The idea of, oh, you know, I didn't want to go on stage and sing his songs anymore. I didn't want to grow up to be him. I wanted to be my own thing, and then people started having problems with it, you know? What's the line? It was fun for a boy, but it was hell for a man. Hank Williams Jr., I do need to listen to more of his music. I know he's definitely not a super great guy in terms of his political views. Unfortunately, unless you want to like really, really dig deep, especially in the older folk and country scene, it's kind of hard to find guys that weren't. And I mean, not for nothing, but he also, I almost kind of would like describe Hank Williams Jr. as being one of those like fallen child stars. Because he came up as a guy who just kind of was like, as a kid, was just kind of basically, you know, like his dad 2.0, and was being paraded by his dad as his dad 2.0. It was like country music's Jaden Smith in a way. And I think it's kind of hard to imagine that he could grow up as he did and not turn into the guy that he did. But like, for fuck's sake, he was a lot more self-aware about it than most people were. Like, how many country artists would stand up in a fucking interview on TV in, like, the 80s and straight up admit to having tried to off themselves and talking about, like, how it affected them? Like, with lines like fucking, what is it? The most sobering thing in the world is death, or whatever, you know? Folk music is interesting. It's very, very interesting. Come hang out with me, we'll put on some... I do need to listen to more Willie Nelson. I also need to listen to more, what is it? Woody Guthrie. I need to listen to way more Woody Guthrie. Because as it stands right now, most of, like, my, like, older, like, folk artists I've been listening to, like, the oldest I get is Patsy Cline. I do really, really like Patsy Cline. And, of course, a fair amount of James Taylor. But James Taylor was, like, 70s, 80s, and 90s. He wasn't that far back. I really fucking like James. Did you guys know that I like James Taylor? I think he was the first folk artist I liked. Well, except for a couple of differences, because, like, obviously, as I was going to work yesterday, mainly in no small part because I was looking at some of my dad's old cassette tapes the other night, I was kind of diving back into Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Obviously, the artist of that, four-person group, whatever the fuck you call it, like quad something, that I liked the most was Neil Young, because, you know, fucking Southern Man, Heart of Gold, and Old Man, all fantastic tracks. Old Man is a really fucking good song. I really like that track, and every time I hear it, I think about my dad. Same with Heart of Gold. Not to say that, you know, like, David Crosby and fucking Stephen Stills and, what's his fucking name, Nash, aren't, like, good musicians. It's just that they never really resonated with me as much as Neil Young's stuff did. I think Stephen Stills came closest. Old Man is probably one of the greatest folk songs to ever be written, or at least greatest American folk songs. I will die on this hill. You can shoot me if you want, and I will die, but I will be happy, because I will know in my heart that I was correct. That being said, John, I do need to listen more. I mean, I listened to a fair bit of Cash growing up. I really like, obviously I like some of his more well-known tracks, like Rusty Cage and Ring of Fire, but he really was like a hell of a guy. And I mean, for fuck's sake, you know, that cover of Hurt, that's like, it's like the type of shit that, like, caps off an artist's legacy. Cash is another example of a guy who just seemed like he kind of felt like he knew it was his time to go when it was. It's uncanny. It's really uncanny how that happens, but, I mean, it's not an incident. Johnny Cash was the type of guy they don't make anymore. No, he really was. He really was. Like, I'm not even gonna, like, play. He really was. So, let's get down to business tonight, shall we? Last Stalker Tuesday, and not even, like, this most recent one, but, like, the last time I was playing EFP, I was still at my family's house. I haven't loaded up EFP since I moved. And that was, like, last week of September. So we've got a fair bit of catching up to do. I know that last time I played it, I spent a shit ton of time talking about Plurality and Jamie Page. And also Sleep Token. And also I spent 2 hours of it in the exact same shootout in the junkyard, or the construction site with the mercs. Today is different. There is no shootouts to be had, hopefully. There is a lot of sorting out of my inventory and hopefully moving all of my shit to a better place. Maybe the bar, maybe not. Because right now I'm currently living out of a fucking basement in the cordon. So, I've got my tea kettle all filled up. I've even got all of my coffee mugs moved over to my tea tree, and I've even got my fucking wooden stirrers and my honey all ready to go. My corner is all set. My acoustic foam is put up. We are all Gucci. So, if there is nothing else to do, I would say it's probably best if we get into it, because we're pushing about 30 minutes, and it's almost 9 o'clock, and I haven't even started the game yet. Oh, Sascha, what are you gonna do, girl? Let's get it. Right. Is that Skinny Pete? Guess who was an idiot and forgot to actually set the game input when she started? It was me. That's better. That is much better. That's a ring. Okay, let's see here. Why did I autosave in row stock? I think that was probably a debug save, yeah. Ass and gear, Sascha, let's get it. Yeah, I got something you could put in my ass. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Whoa. Stalker. I forgot. Stalker going into the loading screen fucks up my CPU fucking fierce. Your lighting deal worked perfectly when we were streaming Control. Wonderful! I'm happy for you. Okay, I forgot. I need to, like, load Stalker before I actually, before I fucking, start the stream, because that shit took, like, a fucking, like, bite out of my encoding. Like, I immediately got, like, the encoding overloaded, and my bars immediately dropped down to orange when they've been green this whole time. Just because Stalker, like, especially EFP and the X-Ray engine, are very, very taxing. More so than even Stalker 2. That's quite funny. It isn't. Also, hi, Loot. Hi, Loot. No, it is not Stalker 2, Loot. It is not Stalk 2. It's just Stalker 2. It's just Stalker EFP. Right. I think it's like this because of something else that happened. I was recording something, and I can't remember what it was. Here we go. How are you doing, Loot? Can we get a shout out for Loot, please? Thank you so much for shouting her out. Everybody, please go check out our good friend Loot. She's my best op, as I like to call her. She's one of my closest and most longtime homies I've met in streaming. An absolute stand-up gal, impossibly talented, a fantastically creative mind, and she has never ever done anything that didn't feel like it was a perfect reflection of exactly who she was. I've never been happier to have a fucking, a Kazuma Kiryu to my Goro Majima, and she's fucking great. I cannot talk enough of her. Please go follow Loot if you're not already. I beg of you. Also, she's the voice of Reigns. So anytime you hear Esther Reigns on stream, that's her. That's her. I'm gonna cry, you can't do this. Of course I could fucking do this. I'm doing this right now, shithead. What are you gonna do about it? Post-processing. Motion blur. Okay, so it is like that, okay. All you could make me think about is that YouTube poop. Oh, the one where she goes, rat cock. Okay. Okay, so now I gotta start remembering the EFP keybinds, but, last time I was on, we had a decent amount of cool shit that we found. We've got an AK-12 that I outfitted with a hammer sight up top. And a couple of, like, full-up magazines. A shit ton of full magazines, actually. So we're sitting pretty when it comes to... Ooh, what happened to my voice there? We're sitting pretty when it comes to the armaments. It's a nice fucking gun, isn't it? I mean, it's not Missy, but she'll do. God, look at her. It's... The hammer sight really does it. Like, I think one of the fucking main issues when it comes to, like, anomalies, like, being able to perfectly strategize and get down, like, how you want your, like, close and long-range, like, armaments to be. And the bigger issue is, like, okay, if you want to have, like, a decent long-range and short-range armament, generally speaking, you have to, like, either, like, carry separate weapons or whatever. So, obviously, what's the fucking modification that adds, like, the sight expansion and everything? Or, like, the full-on, you know, like, modular, like, sight system, allowing things like hybrid sights is genuinely incredibly fucking useful. So, this allowing for a hammer means that, like, medium range to long range and short range, engagements are now perfectly viable with the exact same weapon, which is fucking life-saving, I gotta say. Especially with a 545 weapon. I mean, it's like, it hits a little bit harder than 5.56. I could prefer a 7.62. But I mean, there's not really much of a point in using a 7.62 weapon on a close-range engagement. It's a fucking pointless endeavor. God, like, I know I've been playing a fuck ton of Stalker 2, but no matter what, right? No matter what, there's just something you get from playing it in, like the original Anomaly that you can't get there. There's something about just the way it looks and feels that you can't replace. And especially with the modifications I've added. 7.62 in a short-ass barrel makes nothing but fireballs. Me, when I press the button to go to the blank screen rather than the button to zoom out. Really like the hammer in concept, but I'd love to see it in practice. Alright, I'll show you practice. Give me a sec. watch this. Oh. You know, I have a feeling that that wouldn't have happened if I didn't say watch this. 76239 is the king of close range combat. It turns cover into concealment. Gurza dreaming. Get fucked. And now EFP has to load. Yeah, this game is fairly CPU heavy. What are you gonna do? Until I can get me a nice capture card that's just kind of gonna be a cross to bear. Now, you know I use 300 Blackout. 300 Blackout's okay. You know, I've seen worse, but like, we all watched it. You didn't see shit. Thanks, Smeghead. Oh, hold on a second. I have a Stream Deck thing I have to enable real quick. Sun bleeds through tear. I got that fucking, I got Noah Praise God stuck in my head. Let's see here. There we go. I can absolutely call my wife a Smeghead. I've called her worse. I've called her worse in positions where you'd think somebody would call her something better. So here's a fun little thing to talk about, right? I've been listening a lot today to an artist that I've kind of like only really been listening to on and off, and I've kind of been unable to avoid listening to him lately. Do we have anybody in here who's heard of an artist by the name of Noah Praise God? If you haven't, please go check him out. I actually considered setting him as the intro music for tonight's stream. You may have heard of some of his other stuff, namely as Sad World or Noxic. He is a very interesting producer who's made a lot of different music of a lot of different styles. As Noxic, it was a lot of underground dubstep, and as Sad World, it was closer to like hyperpop or trap. But now, as Noah Praise God, he makes a lot more stuff that's like closer to this bizarre mix of like industrial and folk and trip hop. It sounds a lot like what Lowe's music was starting to sound like right before Mimi Parker died. It's really fucking good. And he actually just dropped a new track today called Never Get It Right. And I've been bumping it nonstop. And I've also been going back to his song Bleeds Through because the music video is like really fucking well done and it perfectly fits the vibe of the song. If you guys like the intro music tonight, I think you will positively love Noah Praise God. It's fantastic stuff. So I'm in an interesting dilemma right now because I have this L96. And I want to use this L96, but the major issue is that the L96 does not want to be used because this bitch is at 47%. The amount of ammo I can actually fire with it barely fills a single magazine. And, it's just not super economic. I'll tell you what is, though, is using this Beretta pistol. Because I want to do that. But we are short on... We are short on a performance-ready barrel for the fucking thing. Now, let me see your parts right now. Okay, so the recoil spring is doing okay. But the trigger assembly and the barrel are not. And if I have a repair kit, it's going to take a little bit of effort to get these parts tuned up. Do I? I do not. So that's going to be a problem, because as much as I would like to utilize this Beretta pistol, because she is a nice little gun, she's not doing too hot in the parts department. And unfortunately, the only part I can actually take out is the recoil spring, which is the part that obviously is in the best condition. So, I can't, like, just repair the fucking thing. You understand why your best buddy Angel carries a Beretta? It's a good gun, not gonna lie. I was always kind of partial to the 92, considering it appears in so many survival horror titles. Surprised they didn't put one. Surprised they didn't put one in Signalis, but of course, since it's, you know, it's Signalis, they had to use a fucking CZ. Smelly creature spotted. You know, Chance, you saying that is awfully hypocritical. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, dog. But it's good to see you, Chance. How are you doing tonight? Can I get a shout out for Chance Nizami, please? So, God damn it, I'm about to start singing the fucking song again. Everybody, please go check out our good homie Chance Nizami, an absolutely wonderful foundational member of the PCHC. Fantastic friend, super fun to hang out with. Never had a day I spent with Chance that I didn't smile. Go give him your support if you can, please. We love them. Let me know if quality drops or desyncs happen at all, because I'm noticing my bars go to yellow a little bit, which they haven't done before. I want to assume it's because of just EFP being a little bit more demanding on the CPU, but especially because Stalker 2 didn't do that. But let me know, all right? Fantastic for a mouse. That's fucked up. You can't do that. Yeah, Chance is a rat. Chance the Ratter. Now, I could go buy a better 9mm barrel assembly, but I don't want to do that. Buying a repair kit for the 92 would also be fairly expensive, so I'm probably just going to keep raw dogging it like this until I can find a way to replace the parts. At the very least, I can probably field strip and remove the recoil spring and repair that. Could just repair the recoil spring. So I'll take the recoil spring out and repair that in the trigger assembly, and hopefully that'll make it perform a little bit better until I can get that barrel fixed. But until I can get that barrel fixed, that's not going to be a good time. Also, I'm seeing the Lucia Muller bot properly functioning. So that's good. She's listening. She's paying attention. I would kill for a 9mm barrel. Just run any of the 9mm Glocks because they're so easy to fix up. I mean, so is this because it's 9x19 and like it's 9mm Luger no matter what, all the way up the fucking board. But you know, like I could do something a little bit nicer. Yeah, I'll kill some muties for you, and I'll do a Taurus Safari because I'm gonna need some boys on me. Look at me, ain't I cute? How many jobs to do? Let me see what jobs I have on hand. What's task board? Huh. That's weird. Let me see. That's a new section of the... Oh, there we go. Huh. Wait. Huh? Why is... How long has this been here? How long have I been playing EFP and never noticed the task board section where you can take quests from people just completely wirelessly? Huh. So I can go near a certain area and accept tasks from people without actually having to talk to them. I can do this? Well, fuck me. Okay. Another one of Sid's new delivery men got caught up in some trouble. A bandit snuck into our camp last night and murdered my friend in cold blood. You want me to go to the swamps? I'm sorry, I am not doing that. It's cool how me trying to go back and clip that death completely broke Twitch and made me have to restart my browser. Twitch moment! If I say so myself. Huh. This guy wants cat claws. I have two. If I kill any other cats, I can probably take that quest up, but I'm really, really not feeling it. Whatever. Also learned about this a week ago. Yeah, that tracks. Alright, what's on the mission today? Meet with Lukash, rescue the courier in the garbage. Kill mutants over here. Got another guy in the garbage to go kill. Got a flesh hide to bring barkeep. So obviously I'm going to be trying to carry as much of this loot northwards as I can. I'm not going to do it until I have that courier with me. Because having him on hand means I have 3 guys that I can have carry all of my shit for me. At some point. Right. Pseudo dog fur. There we go. Wait, why is it not? We have a stalker. We have 2 guys to kill in the garbage. Basic tools. A shipment for Sid to grab all the way in the fucking... Mapno! How are you doing today, homie? It's good to see you. Soroka. K-L-O-N. Clone. We play the songs that sound more like anyone else than anyone else. Clone. Hey, how you doing? It's Kip Casper, Clone Radio. How's your drive time commute? I need a saga. What's the saga? It's songs for the deaf. You can't even hear it. And you start hearing the roll-in for the best fucking song ever. How are you doing? Thank you for the shout-out for Soroka. If we have anybody up in here fucking, who isn't already following Soroka VTube, please, I beg of you, go follow Soroka. She is a wonderful member of our community. And we're blessed to have her. How are you doing tonight, Soroka? Also good to see you as well, Mapno. I haven't seen you in a fat minute. I hope you're holding up well over there. I find it funny that I haven't actually talked to Skyheart in like over a year, almost over 2 years now, and yet Mapno's been a good homie to come by from there. It's such a good song. It's a brilliant song. It's one of the best album openers of all time, I would argue. For an absolutely unbeatable album. Like, generally speaking, I find it funny that I think I actually listen to Rated R more. And my personal favorite Queen's albums tend to be, like, either, ironically, either, Like Clockwork or the more recent, In Times New Roman. I actually really like In Times New Roman. It's a fucking stellar album. If any of you haven't already listened to the newer Queens of the Stone Age album, even though it came out 2 years ago, please go listen to it. It's great. Let me read some of these messages. Intonating a guitar is tedious. I can imagine. Yeah, because you grabbed some new strings today. Tried out some basses and bought some new strings. Hell yeah, I hope the string is going okay, because you were trying to put those, thick-ass motherfuckers onto your guitar a couple of days ago, and it was giving you a run for your money. So hope this is a little bit nicer. The most painful process you've ever engaged in. Hell, dog, even fucking, like, stringing up and setting up my bass, my old, Ibanez was a fucking nightmare. Mapno says you've been an awesome person to talk to as well. Your hyperfixation to Stalker is a plus. Yeah, I've talked about it before on stream that I'm kind of lucky that, like, my favorite game that I literally never get tired of ever happens to be a game that actually kind of gets me some pretty decent airplay. People like Stalker, the Stalker community likes when I play Stalker, so, like, my game that helps me kind of feed the machine and gets, like, you know, drums up, like, the most interest in my channel happens to be my favorite game that I literally never tire of. It's a match made in fucking heaven. How's the Stalker been? The Stalker has only really recently started. I have some quests to do so I can get my money back up, because I have a Beretta 92 I want to fix. I also forgot I should turn my mini-map on. So I'm just taking it easy. But I hope you're going well. The issue was that they were not thick-ass strings, it was an 8-gauge. The real issue was that I didn't feed enough into the split post before winding it. I see. You know, I never get sick of this fucking screen wipe that is literally just from Metro. I know I probably shouldn't be wasting ammo on zombies, but, like, fuck it, dog. I paid a fuck ton to tune up this AK, and I'm gonna use it. Oh, I should probably have it on single. God bless the quick melee. Looks a fair bit jank compared to Stalker 2, but why aren't dead people handing me fixer-upper Beretta 92s in real life? I mean, there is a very specific group of people who will probably do that, but I can't advise any of that on stream. I really do need to start actually playing my fucking guitar more now that I've got, like, you know, my fucking own space here. My, Squire Telly that I got off of Zilly, but we'll see. Alright, well, That's 2 quests already handed in, but we've got more to do. We got business in the garbage. Split posts are good. I was just smooth braining it on Sunday night. I was gonna say, you know what? I hate to say it, but I think maybe you were just like, I think you were just at it for a really long time, and you just kind of hit that point where it's like, if you're working on something like a technical task or some type of like fixing thing, and you're at it for a really long time, your brain just kind of starts to go numb, and you kind of start fucking up really basic stuff just because you've been at it for a while, and everything's like so fucking numb. Like, it's why I was like, you gotta take a, like, make sure you're taking a break, you know? And I'm sure you probably were, and maybe I'm just like, you know, overanalyzing it, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna teach you some stuff. That would be nice. I'll let you know if that ends up happening. Because, I mean, obviously the other thing is I'm, like, so fucking busy. And one of the main reasons why I haven't touched my Telecaster is because I've been so fucking busy with writing. Don't remember if I told you, but I moved to Croatia 8 months ago. Living here has been wonderful. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Yeah, because I know, like, there seems to be a thing where I seem to strangely attract people from Central America. I was actually telling Soroka about that while we were playing, I was telling Soroka about that when we were playing, Insurgency last night. It was a great time. Soroka had both, like, one of the, like, biggest fumbles and one of the biggest clutches in the span of an hour. I don't know how she did it. What? What happened? Well, I know, no, Amanda. Mapno is from Argentina. Well, not Central America, that's South America. But I did have a couple of people from Central America, too. Yeah, no, that's still kind of off. But yeah, no, Mapno's from Argentina, just like Runo is. As well as Orto Tieso, one of, like, my much older, day ones. I think Orto was from either Colombia or Brazil. I just kind of attract a lot of South Americans. Because that was, like, I was telling Soroka, but that was, like, 90% of my, like, starting off fan base. Which, it resulted in a very interesting, engagement with Mapno at one point. Because, when Mapno started interacting with me, I didn't spend a lot of time in Skyheart's chat, so I didn't know that Mapno was from there. I assumed that Mapno was like I was way more casual when talking to Mapno because I assumed that Mapno was like one of my old heads, like from like pre-transition Sascha. Oh, I got fucked up. Yeah, their name, like their Twitch name was Orto Tieso, which I was told by them and Runo that was quite an obscenity. But yeah, no, originally, I assumed that Mapno was, like, one of my older Argentinian viewers. So, I was like, I basically talked to Mapno as though I had known Mapno for a while, and just hadn't, like, spoken to them in a long time. And then, eventually, I realized, oh, wait a minute, you're not one of my old heads, like, you're a recent follower. Okay. Uh-oh. Hey, VTube Studio, you good there? Yeah, no, I remember telling Mapno this as well, because I was like, hey, you know, I realize now, but you're not like one of my, like, day ones, you're like a person who recently joined on. And that was funny. But Mapno's very cool. Mapno's been nice to hang out in the call and yap about Stalker and other stuff with, and I'm very happy, what I was trying to get to when I kind of got sidetracked, is that I have a lot of, I had, like, a lot of, like, people who find me that seem to be from South America, but, I'm finding a big commonality as many of them are trying to leave. Runo had already left Argentina at least once, and moved out, I think, to Scotland, or the UK, or Spain. I think she went to Spain and then went to the UK, I can't remember. But she didn't stay there very long. That whole situation kind of fell through. And now I think she's back in Argentina. And now you have left to Croatia. And look, hey dog, as long as you're in a place where, like, the money isn't so worthless that people are, like, advising that you hide expensive things under piles of money to deter theft. The South American dream. Escape South America. Hey, wait I got bad news for you about the North American dream too, homie. I got bad news for you. Like, I was actually recently, like last year, I've talked on stream a few times about one of my favorite YouTubers being a Texan storm chaser by the name of Pecos Hank. If you like storm chasing content, please go watch Hank's content. It's outstanding. But he actually recently did a special where he went to Argentina for storm chasing. And he did an entire segment where he talked about like how when he was like out there, he basically got told by some of the locals, quote, hide your film equipment under piles of money so people don't want to steal it. And he just went, it's good to hear that everybody here still has a sense of humor about everything that's going on. Hank's a fucking fantastic guy. He has some of the best footage in the game, so he records all of his own B-roll himself. His music, his background music, he makes himself. And he makes great fucking music. Like, if you want to get a good example of what his music sounds like, last year he dropped a track called Soul Chaser, and he used it pretty extensively during his Argentina short film. But it's a fantastic fucking track. And if you ever like are interested in getting into storm chasing content or like anything to do with like extreme weather, please go follow Pecos Hank. He's fucking outstanding. I love what he does. One of my students is from Argentina and he has some stories to tell. Remember correctly, I think there was also a Top Gear special where they went to Argentina. It's kind of a shame because, like, from what I've seen, like, Argentina looks like an absolutely gorgeous place, and the culture of the place looks fantastic too. It's just a shame that, like, it's been dealing with such economic, you know, cruelty lately. Oh. Okay. Yeah, see, like, I've heard from Mapno and Runo and a lot of my other, like, older, like, South American, like, day ones, that Argentina really is a gorgeous place. It's just, it really is a shame that, like, some of the most beautiful places in the world are places where you just really fucking don't want to live. Government is always relative to the problem. Yeah, I mean, like, for fuck's sake, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say that this isn't a thing that I'm, like, at least somewhat tangentially, like, pretty deeply understanding of, because, like, I went to Iceland in 2008. I went for, like, a week-long vacation there in 2008, and that was when Iceland was experiencing one of its worst economic recessions of all time. It's been dealing with economic cruelty since the early 20th century. Well, it shows about how much I know about South American history. Yeah, like, I visited Iceland during its 2008 economic recession when it was really bad. Like, I'm talking, like, people were drinking themselves black in the fucking streets. Wait till, like, Tag or, like, Alaris comes into the chat, because both of them have visited Iceland in, like, the past few months. And just go, like, Sascha, people are still drinking their guts black in the street. Nothing has changed. It's Iceland. God, I'd kill to go back to Iceland. That place was fucking beautiful. Place was fucking beautiful. That's not beautiful. A stalker staple. Me getting too caught up in the banter and having zero situational awareness. One must wonder what people do when they're completely used to the beauty of their country and realize that the rest of the world looks worse. Yeah. I mean, not for nothing, but I'm still kind of like, I still kind of wish I could have at least, like, grown to, like, my teens. I wish I could have at least grown to my teens in the Komi Republic. Because the more I look at the Komi Republic, it's a beautiful place with beautiful fucking culture. Don't you hit me with the fucking super Christ, Soroka. Because I haven't even gotten to talk about your fumble and your clutch last. That was a beautiful shot of that fucking passing helicopter that y'all just missed because of the zoom. Also, I can confirm that the dropping to orange bars is absolutely because of the my PC's CPU kind of crying a bit because of EFP. That's very funny. It only does that when it has to load a save because Stalker does that. Dude, is that Ocean? Is that the Ocean? Hold up, Ocean. I'll give you a shout out as soon as I'm done talking about Soroka's folly. So We were playing Insurgency last night. This motherfucker was playing as commander and she called in a gunship strike. The gunship proceeded to level the building that our entire team was inside of. She almost wiped us out with a single fucking gunship. It was so funny. It was such a funny fucking fumble. It was like, I actually just like started laughing my ass off. It was such a good fumble. But then she clutches a fucking mission on, I forget what the level was called, but she clutches a fucking embassy mission alone in the dark in the middle of a smoke screen. Like I was like wondering like, oh, like I wonder, sure, start talking about my fumbles as soon as they arrive. What do you think I am? What do you think I am? But yeah, no, then she like clutched out a fucking like a her versus everybody in like the dark and in the smoke. It was fucking impressive. Anyway, please go check out our good homie Ocean if you haven't. They're another recent inductee into the Prypiat City Hate Crew. We love this motherfucker. Absolute cinnamon roll of a homie. Thank you so much for stopping in here. It is wonderful to see you in chat tonight. We gotta tell Nyx every time Sascha fumbles, you are going to end up spamming her chat and she is going to have nothing else to talk about because you have an entire fucking, like, decade worth of fumbles to go through after a single stream of mine, right? Gerza Dreaming, yeah, you're gonna run out of breath. Gerza Dreaming has confirmed that. Anyway, it is good to see you, Ocean, and I hope you're doing well tonight. Fucking... Let me see if I can get a hand out of this. Oh, we got two. Gotta say, this hammer sight is fucking paying for itself pretty quickly. And I didn't even buy it. I pilfered it off of some dude's corpse. Uh-oh. Wait, you gotta... There we go. You gotta beat it just right. Very good to catch your stream. Splendid. Well, you know, kick your feet up, have yourself a drink, relax. We're in here for the young... I read your message about yoinking when I wrote that. I was said I'm in it for the young haul. We're in it for the long haul. We're out here just stalking and chilling. It's a nice rainy evening. And of course, listen, alright? I still love Stalker 2 and I love streaming it, but, one thing I will always enjoy a lot about Stalker Anomaly is being able to use mods to change the in-game season. So right now it's a nice lovely autumn. Obviously it doesn't look super lovely because like we're having like British weather. The Aryan Young Hall. By the way, I hope y'all come by this Halloween for our special Halloween stream of Signalis, but something is very wrong.
Watch it.
Oh, thank you, Obsidian Histfire, for the follow. Welcome to the Prypiat City Hate Crew. Get out of here, Stalker. I said come in, don't stand there. Right now, sadly, the laptop I have can't run almost no games. The only things I can run are NES games and XCOM UFO Defense. Piece of shit can't do anything in 3D, and it struggles trying to run shit in 60 FPS. Automod yoinked your shit for saying piece of shit. So excited for that one. Yeah, Signal isn't. No, that's just Signalis. No, I wanted to explicitly be like a person who hasn't seen Signalis will just go, oh, wow, interesting. But a person who has played it is going to go, something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong. Birdmaid stream? Oh yeah, there's also going to be me and Soroka playing Darkwood. Speaking of Darkwood, who's hyped for Darkwood 2? I'm so happy. I can't believe it. Who up Darkened They Would 2 is finally going to be canon. What's up, Dwap? Thanks for checking in, homie. How you doing tonight? Love Stalker. It's one of the best open world games I've played. Got me into Metro as well. And me as well. Stalker's a fucking wonderful game. It is my favorite game. It is the game I have played the most and have never tired of. And if Steam counted the torrented versions of Stalker I played before I bought them, and also my Stalker standalone mods like Dead Air, Anomaly, and Call of Chernobyl, all of them combined would probably have more hours than even all the time I spent in the Rainbow Six Siege mines. Have you tried out the XCOM Files mod for UFO Defense? From what I've seen, it's pretty high quality and transforms the game experience. Yeah, if you want to know a person to talk to about XCOM, please go talk to Mono. That motherfucker knows way too much about XCOM. Exodus was... I actually haven't played Exodus. I also still haven't finished Metro Last Light. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like Last Light. I actually kind of preferred... 2033 still. Really big shame that Dmitry Glukhovsky is a Zionist. But unfortunately that seems to be a pretty big thing. People who are pro-Ukraine and also pro-Israel are just kind of like that because they believe Israel to be the Ukraine in their scenario. So I can understand how a person comes to that conclusion, just like following the leap of like propaganda logic that they're fed. But it is really disappointing that such like a really talented writer has also fallen for this propaganda. And it is unfortunately why you're never going to see any Metro played on my stream again, because I am not in the interest of, just as I will never play any Harry Potter games, you will also not see any Dmitry Glukhovsky games, because I am not really a fan of playing any games that are based on the works of writers I do not support. Have you ever played Vegas 2? I have. I don't remember if I completed it because it was over a decade ago, but I really liked Vegas 2. I think the furthest I got into Vegas 2 was I think I got like right to the last level. Drift! Holy shit! Hold on a second, we gotta go to the fucking bar. Hi! Drift, how the fuck are you doing? It's good to see you. Too much sus. For those of you who have not followed Drift, please go give her a follow. Drift is like PCHC Foundation. Like, I'm talking like I was giving her like a big intro when she dropped by in the VC the other night, but I figure I'll do it again. My ass is tired, so nothing changed. Well, I mean, there's comfort in consistency, isn't there? But for anybody who's already in the Discord, Drift is one of the reasons why the movie night role is called the Saul Callers, because Drift and Patch and I would just periodically go into my server and just watch Breaking Bad. I used to cancel streams to watch Breaking Bad. I kind of considered doing that tonight. I was like, Patch, now that I'm back to streaming full time, you want to, for old time's sake, cancel a stream and watch more Breaking Bad? And they're like, no, Sasha, you gotta be responsible. And I was like, but I don't want to be responsible. Still never finished Breaking Bad. I haven't finished Breaking Bad either. I also watched El Camino, and I'm like more than halfway through Better Call Saul, and I still haven't finished Breaking Bad. I wrote an entire fic of my character inspired by Better Call Saul, and still haven't finished Breaking Bad. Look, dog, say what you want. I think the main reason I like Saul more than Breaking Bad is because Better Call Saul doesn't have Walter as the main character. I can't fucking stand Walter White. I know he's supposed to be a piece of shit, but he's too convincing of a piece of shit for me to enjoy a story centered around him. Jesse really is the best character in that fucking show. Well, also Mike Ehrmantraut. I wonder how many people here haven't seen the Sascha Kitty list where Mike Ehrmantraut is like one of the first characters on it. Because I love Mike that much. Like, I've started, like, adding Mike's mannerisms into, like, my own, like, writing. Like, there's a part where Sasha, like, says something that's super Mike-pilled. Like, a character's like, oh, you can't snipe a person or whatever. She goes, no, I'm afraid I don't. Too realistically shitty. Exactly! Mike was a cop. But by the time we see him in both series, he's already ex-cop. No, the Kinnie list. Like, for characters you can... characters who are like characters you vibe with, or characters that like you feel like kind of like fit your like personality, you know, the Kinnie list. Hold up, I'm gonna have to pull this up on stream. Anyway, thank you for rating us, Drift, and thank you for trusting your community with me, by the way. I appreciate the fuck out of you, and if you got a raid and run, go ahead, but it's also very nice to have you up in the chat tonight. My ass heard Kinnie list, and okay, characters you go me at. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. If we're in here right now, I'm just gonna pull this up so we can, so y'all can see this horrendous shit. Hold up here, all right? Image. call it image. Where is it? Unload image when not showing. Okay, alright. So y'all ain't ready for this, okay? Y'all ain't ready for this. Y'all ain't ready for this, alright? We got Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad. We got Max Payne. We got Anko from Call of the Night. That's that one, like... Look, alright, look at her. She's me. Cicero from SCP Overlord, an SCP short film that I absolutely fucking love. Shot cruelty. I forgot. By the way, I wanted to put Postal Dude on here, but Nyx wouldn't let me. Make of that what you will. Cicero was extremely me. Daisuke Jigen, because I mean, like, what's so great about the United States? Pietre from Utopia. I guess calling him Pietre there is technically a spoiler because he's known as RB for like half of the show. Misato Katsuragi, because I am a girl failure. Revi, because I'm a girl failure. Amanda from Little Witch Academia, because like she's from Brooklyn and she's a shithead. Laura Ravel from Pathologic. Hi, I too have trauma related to losing my father. Shelly from Ion Fury. I still need to stream Ion Fury. That game is peak. Fucking, what else do we have here? Duke Nukem. I forgot Duke Nukem's on. I forgot. I put Duke Nukem on there. Yes, I do have Mick Thompson from Slipknot. We also have Goro Majima. You said, how are you gonna put Majima on there? Earlier this stream, I compared my relationship to Loot, VT. As I am the Goro Majima to her Kazuma Kiryu. Just you wait till the rap battle and you'll see why. I still owe her that that Baby Shark cover. She balances out Majima with Kobani. Did I forget to put Kobani? Yes, I did put Kobani here. Okay. Also, Nyx took offense to me adding Paxton Fettel from Fear. She was like, that guy's like a horrible cannibal. And I was like, and? Coyote Smith, because, like, look, alright, if you want to know, like, an easy answer for, it's like, oh, does Sascha kin this character? Does the guy use a revolver? Does he wear a Hawaiian shirt? And does he shoot dudes with a revolver and use one-liners? If so, he's going on the kinnie list. I think it's very funny that my kinnie list is, like, more guys than girls, but, like, I've always been pretty tomboyish, let's be real. What else? We got Fox Mulder from X-Files. Half of these make me go, okay, let me explain. I'm a complex individual. I have to have Fox Mulder on there, alright? It's just about the vibe. Kyoko Sakura is like an absolute fucking given because she's extremely me. Mick Thompson, because I too prefer to sit in my room and jack off and play Xbox instead of partaking in drama. Heather Mason. Heather Mason's real. You're fucked. Yes, see, ow. I'm so happy that Soroka's Killer 7 pilled. Claire Redfield is a vibe. Kobani, because I too am baby and cry at everything. The Killer 7 experience. Kaine, because I too am trans femme and extremely vulgar. Holo is actually an interesting one because before I started deciding that I wanted Sascha as a character to be more like, kind of like, a little bit more vulgar and rough and tumble, and also canonically from the East Coast. There was a period of time where I used to describe her as, quote, Holo the Wolf if she killed people instead of, like, tricking people with money. Holo the Wolf where, like, personality-wise is, like, just Holo, but, like, instead she kills people. And that was what I used to describe Sascha as. Where it's like, she's kind of aloof, kind of stoic, but still kind of, like, warm to be around. But she also, like, knows how to, you know, get one over on people. Did I tell you I'm not exactly trans femme? No, you haven't, but I'd love to hear about that. And I'll get to reading more of these chat messages once I'm done here. Fucking... I forgot why I put Jetstream Sam on there. I think just because I'm also, like, a smug fuck like him. Llewellyn Moss is interesting because I've actually described Sascha the character as being, like, equally... I think the way I put it with Audrey was... equal parts Moss and Shigor in a deceptively pretty package. I I take my job very seriously like Chigor, but I'm also kind of like a one-liner cracking, like, you know, like warm-hearted fella or homie like Llewellyn is. I think Josh Brolin did that role very, very well. Picked up so many good terms from Kinnie. Kinnie is like such a fucking mood. I absolutely love Kinnie. It's interesting that I put Falk from Signalis on here, because as I've told Nyx, ironically, all three of my headmates feel like different variations of feel like different Signalis characters. Amber, my headmate Amber, of course, a lot of y'all know Amber. Y'all have known Amber because anytime I start talking like this and everything, that usually means Amber is here. Amber is extremely Ariane. She likes Ariane. Sasha, kind of feel the most like Elster. Ironically, 80 has a lot in common with Adler, funnily enough. Though 80 is entirely genderless. 80 kind of feels kind of in common with Adler. Sasha plural? Sasha plural. That's real. It's real and true. Didn't learn of this revelation. It happened a couple of months ago, but I've, you know, not like, I guess I did make like a Blue Sky post and a Discord announcement about it. But yeah, Sasha plural. Undyne is there. Look, another thing, right? So it's like you've got like two sides of the spectrum. On one hand, it's like, does the character wear like Hawaiian shirts and like shoot people with a revolver? Yes. On the other hand, does character have red ponytail and talk tons of shit? Also going on there. Pauly Galtieri, because I too have familial trauma and religious trauma, and am extremely superstitious, and try my best to do right by people. And then there's Nico Bellic, because I too am Eastern European and hate having to be a shithead, but sometimes I have to be a shithead. I think that's everybody. There's still some more I haven't added. You know, as soon as Nyx stops looking, I'm gonna put Postal Dude on here. She's gonna be really upset, but she'll understand that I'm right in time. I know it to be true. Alright, enough stalling. Let's get back to the fucking game, shall we? Alright, what the fuck was I doing? I was shooting zombies and doing whatever the fuck. If you happen to be 082, this is gonna be fucked up, Soroka. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? What do you mean no? You can't tell me what to put on my own where the fuck Travis touchdown? You know, if I did play No More Heroes, I probably would put Travis on there from what I've heard. I still need to play No More Heroes, because Travis touchdown appears in Killer 7, but he's obviously very, very different. I know it's the pin message, you motherfucker. Made myself a prototype Elster because I'm the most special girl. That's true. Let's hear a round of applause for our most special girl, Soroka VTube. Travis is gross, you're not Travis. Alright, whatever. I don't know what the fuck is what. I've never played No More Heroes. I mean, I'm not an Elster unit, technically. I mean, I would say, like, I probably identify more with, like, maybe, like, a Yule than I do, or, like, a Star unit. But I do, so for those of you who don't know, because despite talking a lot about the plurality thing, there are, like, a lot of homies who still don't. Generally speaking, my more, like, stoic and, like, I guess kind of, like, how do I put this? My far more stoic headmate, that likes to refer to itself as the oldest soul because it feels like it's been here for centuries, likes to go by the number 80, specifically 080. And Angel likes the designation of 081 for herself, and we've talked about how that's a very, very funny thing that it turned out like that. Missy's your Ariane. She sure is. Ironically, there are times when I feel more like the Ariane and Nyx is my Elster. I've had long-winded discussions with people about, the way that I kind of interpret Signalis as being, well, obviously not about, but to me always hit notes of, like, imagine the reality of a life where you had literally nothing but the person that you loved, and how difficult it would be to feel like you could really love them when you had no world to show them. I discussed this a fair bit with Ocean. We're fairly different in our own readings of how Signalis is and what notes it touches on, And I think that's one of the reasons why Signalis is so lovely and beautiful, because it can be so different. Game audio getting toasted? Define getting toasted. My stream does that sometimes, and it usually returns to normal. So let me know if it doesn't. I did it again. How many times am I going to fuck this up? You know why? It's because I'm so fucking used to the anomaly detector. But yeah, no, I think Signalis is fucking beautiful because you can have, like, so many different people play it and always get these different interpretations of what it's about. Or rather just, like, all get their own readings of what they feel like it, like, hits on for them. And obviously at first when I wasn't in love and didn't really see the world as being, like, a thing that I wanted to... It was a thing that I saw as beautiful again. And thusly a lot of the game's more nihilistic concepts didn't really hit me. But I did see the world as beautiful. And then it wasn't until I started learning to love again that I really realized the world was worth fighting to protect. And I realized that the idea of having nothing but my lover in a world of absolute emptiness would probably be the most horrific thing ever. My greatest praise for Signalis is that it made me cry disgustingly and openly, and that's fair. It will probably do the same for me the next time I play it, or the next time I complete it. Ironically, I think the only game to actually make me cry was Portal 2, actually. And it was the ending sequence when you're going up the elevator and the turrets are all singing for you. That part actually made me cry. I can't explain why. I think I was just feeling unimaginably lonely, and I felt like I couldn't really, like, come to grips with a lot of things I was feeling. A thing I've talked a fair bit about with even family, actually. I talked a fair bit with my aunt and uncle, because I didn't, I guess this was, like, before my last stream, where I didn't get to talk about it on my last stream, but, like, since I have chosen to cut off a lot of my close family. A lot of people on my dad's side are kind of the only ones I really want to still keep up connections with. And two of them are my aunt and uncle on my dad's side, and I chose to go out for dinner with them. They are openly aware of my transition and extremely supportive of it. They were wonderful. They even corrected themselves when they dead named me. And it was genuinely beautiful. Because they really seemed so happy, and when my uncle looked me dead in the face and said, you know, your dad would be super proud of you, and there's not a single part of me that doesn't believe that, and that meant the world to hear. But I remember them talking to me about how they, you know, felt like I was a much more outgoing person when I was a kid than I am now. And I talked about how I think what changed is that due to a lot of different factors of different info hazards and variety of other things that kind of happened, I sort of just kind of started to become more afraid of the world around me and more consistently believing that life was, you know, a finite thing and there wasn't a point in getting attached to anything because I, as a human being, felt like I had an expiration date. I began to feel like I kind of had like an expiration date and my time on this earth wasn't really going to be very long. And because of that, I didn't really see much of a need in finding any beauty in the things around me. And because I was a kid who was, you know, constantly paraded around by my family as being old beyond my years or mature beyond my years in terms of, like, my, you know, intelligence and, like, everything else, I kind of didn't really put any effort into personal growth because I had been taught by my family that I was gifted and I was, you know, old beyond my years and mature and wise, and thusly I began to feel like I'd kind of peaked and didn't really need to do any introspection. And because of that, when I began to have these feelings like, oh, the world's going to end in my lifetime and there's nothing I can do about it, or I feel like I'm probably doomed to die at some point before I'm even really considered old and that's just kind of something I have to live with, all of these things of realizing I had become unimaginably fearful of the world around me and didn't have the emotional maturity to explain it or find a way to be introspective enough to talk about it with anybody. Instead, I just began to get fearful of other people. Because why would I want to talk to people? I feel like I'm not going to be around for very long, and it feels like nobody could possibly understand if I tried to explain to them. So what's the point? I'm just going to withdraw. I'm going to, you know, withdraw within myself. I'm going to become very isolated and angry and cynical. And I'm basically going to spend the next, you know, few years of what I presume is going to be a very short life being extremely unpersonable to people in hopes that I can protect them from being saddened about my eventual passing by not being in their life. This is heavy stuff to talk about on stream, but that was how I felt. And I think that kind of like is the best way that I can explain that kind of general feeling of like, you know, why Signalis hit for me and like didn't hit for me and then it did, was all of these things that I used to be, these things that I used to feel, these ways that I used to feel about myself and the world around me, kind of beginning to dissipate as soon as I began to truly experience unconditional love and understanding that for the first time in a very, very long time, the world really was worth fighting for. I, as a person, was worth fighting for. This experience that we call life, that we call being human, was worth fighting for. It was worth doing all we can to defend it and keep the world around us beautiful, to make a future for those who may come after us. I do not think I could ever bring myself to bring a child into a world like this in the state that it's in. But what's the point of living an existence, of living a human experience, if we don't spend it making it nicer for other people? Is that not what we're put on this earth to do? Is collectivism, is all of us finding a way to be, you know, unified and finding a way to come together and make the world more beautiful for those who come after us, and finding a way to make our evolution not just in technology, but in terms of just the overall state of our universe itself, by making it constantly improving? Is that not our point? And that's why a lot of Signalis, like, didn't hit for me at first, because I was already kind of starting to get put onto that viewpoint of, like, you know, this whole, like, I'm just a drop in an ocean, what, you know, what difference do I make shit, didn't matter to me. Because I view things through a collectivist lens, where being part of something greater is a beautiful thing, something to be happy about. If you ever want to go back through the old Signalis playthrough, it's up on my VOD channel, but, like, fucking, when I get to that part in the mines where the mining unit tells me, you know, I'm just a drop in an ocean, you know, I don't matter, I basically looked like the scream dead in the face and I said, bitch, fuck you, I'm one in a trillion. Being a part of something greater is wonderful. It means a lot to be involved with this greater, like, this grander understanding, this grander existence, and being able to share it with millions of people. Do they share my view of the world? Do they share my experience? No. But that's because we're all part of something greater, and it is impossible to be a part of something greater and not still be yourself. A lot of people act like collectivism or being part of a grander existence, a grander state of existence, erases your individuality. If anything else, it exemplifies it. It makes it more potent and powerful. Because nothing can exist in a group and not be unique. I genuinely believe these two concepts to be diametrically opposed. Being part of a grander state of existence means that the things that make you unique are, if anything, amplified. Because you are put in direct proximity with other experiences that are differing from yours. Instead of your originality and your uniqueness completely dissipating because you're put in close proximity with other beings that are somewhat like you, instead these things are brought to the forefront. They're brought to the surface. Your individuality is instead made the forefront of who you are, and the idea of the grander uncaring universe being such a concept is completely just intangible to me. It doesn't compute. I stare into the void and I don't blink, and it doesn't blink, but I just look at it and I say, you're just a thing. You're just a thing among many, many things, and you're something just like me, but you're also something different. And I can't relate to your experience, but I understand that it is different. And you don't really affect me. Because I understand that you're one story of many, and I take them all into equal consideration. We like hit like every time I do a Stalker Tuesday stream, I feel like there's like a little timer over the top of the screen that just says time until shit gets real, and we hit it pretty quickly today, Because, I mean, like, last stream, it took me, like, 2 or 3 hours to talk about, like, to start talking about my... yeah, you know, to start talking about that. It took me 2 to 3 hours to start talking about... yes, Amanda, I saw your earlier message of that, and you may. I wanted to finish my thought first, or else I got sidetracked. But it's usually, like, it took me about 2 to 3 hours to start talking about things like my plurality, and how, you know, my very... sweet and loving and very puppy-pilled headmate Amber didn't appear until she appeared as a saving throw during a moment where I was genuinely scared of being lost forever. It took me 2 to 3 hours to start talking about that. And here, we're only like an hour and a half in, and I'm talking about concepts like collectivism and the understanding of like how human experiences and love kind of tend to mold our own worldviews, and how truly loving and learning to be loved suddenly makes the world feel a lot more worth living in than it ever did. Like, I need y'all to understand. Whenever people come to me and they're like, Sasha, I feel lonely without a partner, or what do I do, or how do I get a girlfriend, or whatever, I'm like, dog, these aren't things to ask a person. Like, focus on you, focus on being happy, focus on doing a thing that makes you happy, and then a person that you feel happiest with will find their way to you. That's just how the universe works. So it's like, I'm very much of a person where being in a relationship doesn't fix a person. It can't make the world suddenly be better. You can't just like suddenly be like a good person when you have a girlfriend. That's not how life works. But like, learning to love and learning to be loved does make the world feel a little bit more worth living in, as long as you are open to that concept. I wasn't open to that concept, like, during, you know, that one time I had a partner from 2019 to 2020. During that period of time, I was still unimaginably cynical and nihilist, and I expected to die before I hit 28, and I expected the world to fall to shit as soon as I was gone. And I expected that to just kind of be set in stone. But in between then, and when I started dating Nyx, I started listening to Enter Shikari, and I spent a lot more time suddenly realizing that the world was worth loving. Realizing that the idea of the world collapsing was actually probably one of the most terrifying things I could ever, like, conceive in my mind. And realizing there was so much beauty all around me, and I only just needed to open my eyes and see it. And then once I started dating Nyx, I started realizing, wow, I think this is, like, real love I'm feeling, and real love I'm being shown. Suddenly, my understanding that the world was worth fighting for was being put to the test of, I now have a person I love more than anything, and now the world also seems so much more scary in diametric opposition. And now it's like, fuck, there's not a day I don't really kind of like almost break down thinking about how scary the future is. But I know for a fact that it's worth enduring because it's worth enduring with somebody that I know can make it worth living in. Hi, Slump Neko. Can we get a shout out for Slump Neko in the middle of this extremely real talk where we talk about, you know, finding love in the world around you in diametric opposition of the world being scary? Let me be real, you know? Approaching ecocide and fascism is unimaginably terrifying. And having a partner isn't going to make it not scary, but it does make it easier to get up in the morning, and it does make it easier to go do the things that hurt a lot when you know that you're doing it because you're making the world a little bit more livable for somebody else. And I don't just mean for a romantic partner. I mean that in general. Because I mean, like, for fuck's sake, I would be lying if I sat here and told you all that all of you weren't playing a drastic part in me continuing to exist as a person. I would be lying if I sat here and told you that all of the many, many times that I have had moments where I thought to myself, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I don't know if I can keep going. I don't know if it's worth putting in all of the effort and the energy to continue existing in a world that it feels like the happiness that I sacrifice continues to get diminishing returns, and I wake up every morning to more bad news, and I wake up every day to find that more things that I love are gone. I won't lie. Because I would be lying if I told you that one of the main things that made it so much easier to do all of these things and to endure all of these things was to know that I would be letting down a not insignificant number of people who look to me as a symbol of hope, as a symbol of strength, as a symbol of proof that we as people can get through some of the darkest times that we are served as long as we find commonality and hope in each other. When I first started VTubing, or like right when shit started getting tough for me as a VTuber, I started relying a lot on the symbolism of the greater than sign. The symbolism of, like, I as a person am stronger than the sum of all of the things that try to destroy me. I am greater than my stressors, than my traumas, than my hurt, than my pain, than my suffering. I am greater than all of these things. I am more than just enough. I am something far greater. Kind of like stick to your guns as Diamond, in a way. The idea of, like, the life that I live is so impossibly unique and mine and worth protecting that I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that it is kept safe. And honestly, a big part of keeping me around is understanding that, like, all of you look to this community, you look to what I symbolize and what this community symbolizes for that exact understanding, that exact concept. Of finding a way to find something that feels like it's worth keeping safe in unimaginably scary times. And that's just kind of the honest-to-God truth. I genuinely feel like one of the things that made it so much easier to endure really scary times was knowing that at the end of everything, I had all of you here looking to me, and I had all of you that I could look to. That I could just sit here and say, I've got, like, several hundred people standing here, and not in the way of, like, oh, you know, I can't let you guys down, or letting it kind of, like, you know, bring me to my knees, you know? I don't sit here and let myself get stressed out thinking that I'm not gonna, you know, like, be there for you. Because, like, I mean, you know, I've come to terms with the fact... that, like, I think... Okay, is this a jam or a reload? Okay, it's a reload. I've come to terms with the fact that, like, as loath as I am to admit it, I guess I am kind of a role model. And I don't really know how to feel about that. But, like, you kind of either just have to admit it or not admit it when it happens. And I do have to admit it. I am. And I don't let it put me on... I don't let myself get put on a pedestal of, like, if I ever fuck up or do anything wrong, then that's going to have, like, massive ramifications, and I need to be, like, you know, an absolute exemplar of a person. I don't let it do that to me. I don't let, you know, being the leader of a community do to me what it does to a lot of people. But, like, for fuck's sake, whenever I have those moments where I'm sitting there and things are terrifying and I don't know if I can get through another day, and I'm sitting there looking at some train tracks and I'm saying, that's looking like a comfy place tonight. I don't think about that anymore, because instead I think about everything that y'all have built here in this place. Everything that y'all have put together with me. Everything that the memories we've created, the world we've forged together, and the future we've promised ourselves. And I say to myself, I can't rob myself of that. I can't snatch that away from myself and from so many people who want to be there with me when it happens. I can't do that. It would be so fucking wrong of me to do that. I need to see things through. And, you know, so it's like, I don't want it to sound like my own existence and my own tenuous state of living is hinging on your presence as a community, as my friends. That's not the case. But, fuck, dog. Don't make it easier to get through times that feel like they're fucking impossible. I'm just saying. You know? Let me read Amanda's message, because she said she's crawling into a whole lot of embarrassment, and I don't really think she needs subject herself to such feelings. I'm gonna mute the game for a second while I do this, actually. I spent a long time living like you said, like nothing mattered. But my future wife pushed me to come out of my shell, grow as a person, and eventually get on HRT, which changed my life. And even though she's gone now, the things she taught me and pushed me to do are still part of me. She's still a part of me. And I think that made Signalis hit harder for me on introspection because of the ways love changes you. Hopefully for the better, if you let it. She taught me life is beautiful and worth living, and that will always stay with me no matter how things ended. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because being loved can't fix you, but it sure makes it easier to see the beauty in things, and that makes it easier to do the work on yourself. Because you still need to work on yourself, but, like, a good first step is learning to love and to be loved. I live to prove I am better than the numbers. Absolutely. That was a conversation I had with Zillia at one point, a very tough conversation of one of the main reasons I stick around is because I know that if I were to ever fall, if I were to ever disappear, if I were to ever be gone, the first thing a lot of people would say is I expected this. Because of my trans identity, because of my sexuality, because of my neurodivergency, because of where I came from, how I came up, and everything else, it would simply just be a foregone conclusion. And instead I exist to be an outlier. I exist to be an edge case. What started this conversation? Signalis? Yeah. Letting yourself be loved, being ready for that kind of emotional vulnerability is a huge thing, and I think that most people don't realize what that entails and demands. And speaking of beauty, can we talk about how gorgeous the zone looks today? Maybe it's because the zone has been so gray during the rainy day of the past few hours, but like, fuck me. Man, I wish I had a camera on a day like this. I mean, my mod pack is still mostly just EFP. The only things I've added that are different is I have a more up-to-date version of screen space shaders. I have atmospherics, which to my knowledge, vanilla EFP does not come with. And I also have Aiden's Grass. Did I already say Aiden's Grass? Still insane to me that I managed to destroy my thoughts of wanting to end myself almost entirely on spite. I can raise my glass to that, but I've had talks with a few people before that I don't really believe spite to be a truly sufficient motivator. Fuck, I gotta fucking, I do not really believe spite to be an effective motivator, or at least one that can last very long. Spite is like fuel. Yes, it'll keep the fire going, but you'll run out eventually. And then you won't really have anything to brighten things around you. Did not expect heavy bottom strings to actually pull enough to float my trem. Yup. Tell me about it. We went from talking about your OG viewers, how you mixed me up with one of them, then your Kinnie list, and then you got to Signalis. Yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of one of the main things of, like, fucking me getting to the size where my chat is so consistently, like, bustling now. Like, it's busy enough that we never have a dead moment, but it's not so busy that I ever have to put it on slow mode because it's impossible to keep up with everything. Granted, when I'm on a very specific tangent and I don't want to lose my thoughts, I will kind of just not read chat for a little bit, because I know I need to keep on it. And not for nothing, but as all, you know, like, flows of information and discussion go, sometimes it changes independent of me, and if I read it, I will end up falling into the trap of being taken off topic. This is not a deridement of anything, it is simply just, like, you know, an acknowledgement of the state that how things are, how they exist. That being said, like, I used to have points back in, like, my PNG days where chat would just be dead for an entire stream, and I basically had, like, a default setting of my voice and my mental process that I used to call podcast mode, where, in the interest of ensuring that when it was just me on stream and nobody else, and I had a dead chat, I could still consistently make stream an interesting thing to watch. And I think that kind of contributed to me having an audience that meant, like, you know, picking up a decent, you know, a decently engaged audience earlier on than most, was the fact that even if chat was dead and it was just me, I was never really sitting there in silence and only reacting to gameplay. I always had stories to tell about where I'd been that day, what I was listening to recently, my thoughts on the state of things lately, and other interests that I had started to get into. Even if there was nothing else going on, I could still find the way to just, like, you know, talk. I could talk about music. I could go on long-winded discussions about, like, music that I like, to the point where at the end of every stream, I'd always share, like, a huge chat, like a tweet thread of every single song I'd mentioned on stream. I would always talk about all kinds of things, and I would just find ways to talk with myself. And even if there wasn't chat, it would just be, oh, you know, here's things that I did today. And back when I was working at a coffee shop, it was fairly easy to do that, because I was always meeting new people, I was always having new experiences of other people, and I was always having a bustling enough day that it ended up kind of tying into my barmaid persona fairly well. I would just be like, well, you know, here's what happened today. Here's a customer I had to deal with, and it worked out flawlessly, and I genuinely felt like I could just sit there and talk about fucking anything if you put me into an empty room. Hell, I will be sitting in my car. And granted, maybe this is another sign, like an early sign of plurality that I just kind of chose to ignore. Also partially because I didn't really know it was plurality at the time, or what plurality was at first. But even when I'm sitting in the fucking car, and I need to turn the music off because my thoughts are getting too loud, I'll air them out to myself. I'll basically have a conversation with one of my other headmates, with one of them being the one who's speaking verbally. And I'll just talk. I'll talk about music. I'll talk about a formative experience. I'll talk about a game. I'll talk about a viewpoint I have on a piece of art. I will just talk. I'll talk about my friends. I'll talk about something. But I've driven home with no music on and just talked with myself for a fair bit of time. And granted, Soroka's experienced this point blank when we played fucking Insurgency last night. But it does result in me occasionally getting very self-conscious and worrying that I talk about myself too much. Because I've spent so long as a VTuber and as a streamer talking with myself, because it's the only way to keep chat going, or to keep on-stream discussion going, because otherwise there's a dead chat and then it's just silence except for me clearing my throat or whatever, you know? And I can't have that. So I condition myself to talk about myself whenever there's nothing else going on. And I always get self-conscious after a good yap sesh, because I worry it's one-sided and I've only been talking about myself, and I worry that it makes me sound self-centered. But I try my best to find ways to come to peace with this and understand that that's just kind of how I talk, and some people don't. Drift says, my chat is always dead because I can't find the energy to chat without people, so I usually try to abduct my girlfriend. And that's totally fair. Everybody's got their own methods of making peace with silence. Kim Tusta says, I need to hear yapping at all times. Absolutely. Even if I'm not listening to music or some type of noise, I do still need to at least, like, if nothing else, my favorite kind of noise is other people. I remember, like, last night Soroka was yapping to me about something, and she was like, oh, you know, this might be something of, like, a long story or whatever. And I'm like, dog, I'm in this for the fucking long haul. You tell me all you want to tell, because I will be happy to just sit here and fucking listen. Like, it goes both ways. I will talk to fill empty space, but if somebody else wants to do that, I will happily sit here and I will listen to them as long as they want to talk. Yeah, see, Nyx is used to that. The have I been talking too much? Well, not just have I been talking too much. I've come to terms with me yapping because I've been a yapper since I was a kid. And that was one of the things my aunt and uncle were talking to me about, you know? I've been a yapper since I was a fucking kid. They told me about this one time. I went up to, like, a Home Depot clerk and just started yapping about something that I learned about. And they were like, damn, even we can't fucking do that. And now it's like, it feels like a very, very transparently masking anytime I go up to somebody. Anytime I, like, go up to a clerk and ask somebody, I kind of gotta, like, you know, raise my blood pressure a little bit, go up to them, give them the fucking finger guns. Hey, how you doing? I'm looking for this. Can you tell me where it is? You know, go up to somebody, hey, what's up, chief? Mind if I just squeeze past you real quick? Thank you. Hey, how you doing, boss? I need this. You know where it is? Kind of thing. Like, I gotta kind of, like, put on a character to talk to people. Like, once again, like, neurodivergency, go burr, but you know what I'm talking about. It's like, but even though, obviously, I'm still kind of fairly, a little bit more kind of withdrawn, and I'm that weird kind of, like, complete fucking, like, how do I put this? I'm that weird kind of, like person who exists within conflict, because I am a little bit more withdrawn than most. and yet I can't exist in small confined spaces. I have to be around lots of people. I can't be in like a VC with like 3 people. I need to be with like 10 people, and I need to constantly be seeing new people who I'm not seeing before, so I feel like I'm kind of like getting newer experiences all the time, lest I start to go stir crazy, you know? But like, even though I now exist in a state of conflict, I still at the very least have like an understanding of like, I've always retained that yapping side of me. So I don't feel too bad about yapping. I just feel bad if I've only ever been yapping about me, you know? And them's the fucking breaks, I guess. What a whirlwind of topics already, and we're only at the 2-hour mark. Speaking of which, now it's the 2-hour mark. I'm probably gonna go to the halftime in a little bit, get up, and just stretch me fucking legs. Drift says lurking, no sweat. Thank you for the tea time, Nixie. I appreciate that. I'm definitely gonna make some peach for my throat. Speaking of music, 2 new friends I met this year, a Ukrainian and a Russian, both introduced me to Kino. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I actually, because they're one of my favorite artists to listen to during late fall and winter, I've actually been listening to them a lot myself. I would be lying if I sat here and told you I haven't thought about covering either Spokojna Noc or Grupa Krovi. Though more accurately, I might actually cover Paczka Cigaret, because I really like Paczka Cigaret. I think it's a brilliant little song. It's a brilliant little simplistic song, but like, it manages to feel downtrodden without it being like the kind of like constant like marching feeling of Grupa Krovi, or the like very, very spacey and dissociative feeling of Spokojna Noc. Paczka Cigaret literally feels like fucking going out to like have a fucking cigarette on like the fucking like balcony. Like, Paczka Cigaret is an absolute vibe. Literally learned to sing Grupa Krovi. Grupa Krovi is a goddamn, like, legendary track. Like, I mean, I would argue if it wasn't for the Red Scare and, like, the insane hatred of any type of Eastern culture, a lot of Americans would really, especially during the era when it came out, would have really vibed with Grupa Krovi. I think it's a generational song. And not for nothing, but I mean, like, for fuck's sake, trying to learn Zvezda po imene Solsense. Is that star called Sun? Fucking, I remember looking it up a couple of years ago, but apparently at one point when Metallica played in Moscow, they actually covered Grupa Krovi live. Not for nothing, you know, like, it's still a Metallica cover. So, there's a fair bit of cheese and like, you know, like fucking, like, butt rockiness to it, but like, hell, you know, for a cover of Grupa Krovi, they didn't do too bad. For those who are unaware, Grupa Krovi is a post-punk / new wave song by a Russian band called Kino. Primarily written by the vocalist Viktor Tsoi, who was such a generational talent in Russia that I think the entire country cried when he passed away of a car crash. I think he fell asleep at the wheel. A lot of people theorized that he could almost kind of tell his end was approaching when he was working on his last album, A Star Called Sun, which is a fantastic fucking album. Who the fuck are you? Okay. It was great, but Grupa Krovi is the title track of their Grupa Krovi album, and the song is literally titled Blood Type. And it is an anti-war song about the experience of being a soldier and being dehumanized by the very country that you fight for. The idea where it's like, I'm giving my life for this country, and yet I am basically only, like, known as the blood type that's printed on my uniform, and nothing else. I won't be remembered for who I am, my experiences, the lives that I've changed, the people I knew, and the ways that they knew me. None of that will be memorialized when I'm killed. All that people will really remember when it's my time to go is the blood type printed on my uniform, and whether or not I'll make a good donor for somebody else down the line. It's a really fucking good song, and Obviously, partially because of the vibe of the song, as it's more of like a kind of like very like bouncy kind of post-punk track, and also the fact that it's in a foreign language, it's hard to really defer that meaning from the lyrics themselves. But it's an outstanding song. Some people theorize he was killed intentionally. I mean, considering it was Russia and where Russia was during that time, I actually find that kind of plausible, unfortunately. Because we now know that even today, covertly state-sponsored assassinations of subversive people are, like, basically more Russian than Matryoshka dolls, dude. Like, I'm not even gonna fucking lie to you. I say this as a person born in the Federation. I don't like to say born in Russia anymore, now that I'm aware that I was born in the Komi Republic, because the Komi Republic was not, you know, is not part of Russia. The Komi Republic may geographically be within the confines of the Federation, but the Komi Republic has always been its own kind of province and wanted to be its own province, and a lot of people in the Komi Republic are still fairly open about wanting to secede from the Federation. And unfortunately, looking at what's going on with Ukraine, haha, good fucking luck. But hey, you know what? I support it. I think a lot of Soy songs are also about hope and fighting to get out of bad situations. Yeah, I mean, another reason why I really like Pachka Sigaret is because, like, it's not like a lot of people, like, one of my things that I hate about, like, the way that, like, Russian new wave and post-punk is characterized by, like, the fucking, like, doomer culture of the late 2010s and early 2020s is the idea that, like, Russian post-punk and a lot of, like, that kind of stuff is supposed to be, like, depressive and sad, when in actuality much of Victor Tsoy's music was very, like, optimistic. Gotta work tomorrow, so I gotta go to bed. Any other mods on standby? We got Nyx. We're gonna be fine. Don't worry, Amanda. I'm, like, vigilant enough that even if we don't have mods, I can still mod for myself. But have a good night, homie. But yeah, like much of Kino's music is about, like, either optimism or finding a way to make things better. Like, ironically, right? One of my favorite songs by Kino, which ironically I actually got put onto by Volgograd's, like, ska-styled cover, was Mama Anarchia. Our Mother is Anarchy. You know, Mama Anarchia, Papa stuck on Portviena. Which is literally a song about a bunch of, like, Russian street punks going up to presumably, like, an agent of the state, either a KGB agent or a Soviet soldier, or some type of, you know, like, some type of agent of the state, and dressing him down and completely humiliating him and, like, making him wear, like, makeup and shit. And you know, the whole idea is, like, you know, oh, he fucking goes up to these guys wearing leather jackets and shit, and he says, oh, you know, like, who are you? Who are you? Who is your family or whatever? And they're like, oh, you know, they, like, jokingly tell him, oh, well, you know, our mother is anarchy, our father is a glass of wine. And then they just completely fucking humiliate him in an alleyway for fun. And it's, like, told in a really fucking fun, like, punk-styled song. I love Mama Anarchia, and, if you like that kind of stuff too, I also heavily recommend listening to Volgograd's cover from their first album. I believe it's called Popular Street Songs of the Russian Underclass. Fantastic album. Volgograd gave me their personal blessing to use their music on stream, by the way, and I'll always consider that a great honor. Volgograd are a great couple of people, a great bunch of fellas, really, really fucking talented, love their music. Force Femme the State. You know what, honestly, I feel like that's one cause that Victor Tsoi could get behind. Like, even then, like, Pachka Sigaret, one of my favorite, like, my personal, like, all-time favorite from Kino, is a song where it's like, oh, you know, like, I've had a really tough day, and things are kind of shit, but, like, dude, as long as I got a pack of cigarettes somewhere, and as long as I get to have a smoke break, like, fuck it, things are gonna be okay. I'll find a way to get through it. Just need me a moment to kind of wind down. As long as I got a, you know, as long as I got a fucking pack of cigarettes. Mapno says, my favorite is A Star Called the Sun. I love that it talks about the resilience of the earth and the sun being used as a representation for hope. Red, red blood, it's absorbed into the earth after an hour, after 2, there's flowers and grass, and after 3, it's alive again. All warmed by the rays of a star called the sun. It is a really good title track. I still think in terms of a title track, I think Grupa Krovi kind of tops it. And then there's Noche, and Noche is okay. Noche is okay. But I think Star Called the Sun is honestly, like, I actually kind of like that album more than Grupa Krovi. In terms of, like, you know, like, albums by Kino. I kind of like it more. That being said, I also really, really like, their, Posledny Geroi, compilation album, because, that album's variation of the song Spokojna Noc is fucking incredible. Me and Kelly both agree that the version of Spokojna Noc on just the album Noc is okay. It's decent, you know, but it does sound like they still were kind of like toying around with what they wanted to sound like. But then you get to like the version on Grupa Krovi, and there's definitely more here. But the variation of it that's on the Posledny Geroi album is like fucking stunning. Fucking stunning. To say nothing of the song Posledny Geroi. Здравствуй, Posledny Geroi. Grupa is amazing, but Star lives rent-free in my head. Grupa's good. I think there are a lot of songs on Grupa that I kind of struggle to really understand thematically. I mean, I do like Mama We've All Gone Mad. Mama We've All Gone Mad is a fantastic fucking song. And the variation of that I think they either played on Noc or what is it? Fucking, Posledny is okay. It's okay. But the variant from Grupa Krovi is my personal favorite. It's such a very, like, driven kind of song. And it's Vaina. It's Vaina. I don't really understand what was going on with that track. Really Love Change as well. Which album is that off of? Hey, Lav, what's up? We are talking about Russian new wave music. Peak Sascha activities, I guess. Speaking on the topic of, like, bands that were very crucial in the 80s and, like, late 70s and early 80s to Russian culture, another personal favorite of mine that I love talking to people about, that I believe are just as important as Kino, if not almost more to a degree, and yet almost kind of feel like they get sidelined a little bit by discussions of Kino, is specifically the band Aquarium. I'm a very, very big fan of Aquarium's music, and their album Radio Africa is one that I tended to listen to a lot during very stressful times in early 2020, and still come back to constantly because I've never heard an album like Radio Africa in my life. Whether it's like fucking like really interesting little like experimental ambient interludes like Radio Shaolin, or the really, really nice little fucking track at the end called Rock and Roll is Dead. Really good fucking album. Please listen to Aquarium. In a lot of ways, Noc, at least I feel the lyrics hit really close to some of my life story. Interesting. I'll have to listen to this song again. I was getting a little bit better at learning Russian when I was listening to a lot of Kino and a lot of other Russian music. But since I've kind of thrown Russian in the towel, and now I'm basically of the opinion of, if I do learn another language, I would like it to be Komi. And obviously I would like to try and find somebody to help me learn Komi. That's going to be a little bit of a tall order because, you know, unfortunately, due to the fact of the matter where even before the Russian Federation was a thing, back in the Soviet era, you know, the Komi Republic was still pretty consistently being utilized by the Soviet Union, and constantly being populated and kind of astroturfed, or not astroturfed, but like, what's like the, what would you call like the government despot equivalent of gentrification? Because that was happening to the Komi Republic. Because even before the Federation existed, and the Soviet Union was still a thing, the Soviet Union were still using the Komi Republic basically as just, hey, here's where we put our gulags. The game crashed. The game crashed when I tried to unload a magazine in a crate. Okay, well, I'm gonna take this as a sign. Displacement and replacement? Possibly. Replacement, I think, is a better term. I'm going to take my BRB leave and have some tea and piss, so, I'll have you sit tight and chill for a little bit. I'm gonna get up, All of us get up, get a snack, do whatever. I'm gonna hit an ad break and we're gonna do our little halftime. All right, so don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back. How's everyone holding up? I got the tea right here. I'm gonna put my timer up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to troubleshoot EFP, because as soon as I restarted the game and loaded a save, we actually dropped down to like 700 bitrate out, and then dropped some frames. So I'm going to take this to mean that EFP gets hungry enough now that it takes such a significant bite out of my CPU that it actually interrupts the fucking upstream. Like, I need to make this clear. Stalker 2, as hungry as she is for my GPU power, has never done that. Like, I'm dead ass. Like, EFP is that hungry for my CPU. That's absurd. Free from Intonation Blues sounds lovely. There we go. Oh, right, I forgot. I have to turn my phone back on again, and, because, Sascha was silly, and she forgot to charge her phone before stream, so I turned off VTube Studio and shut the phone off during my BRB state. There we go. That's better. But yes, happy you're free of Intonation Blues. Yeah, tuning a guitar is a bit of a nightmare. I actually don't even know what intonating is, because I've only ever just, like, put a fucking, like, snark on the fucking neck and then just tuned it according to that. I do have a tuning pedal, though. I do have a tuning pedal. That's nice. But, yeah, happy that tuning your guitar is going a little bit more smoothly, good friend. Take a fucking drink of water here. Yeah, I got work tomorrow, so, like, we ain't gonna push it super late. And keep it low-key, though. We do still have work to do. So I hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're all having a great night tonight. It is, of course, very lovely to see you all. So, yeah, with that out of the way, let's get back to it. And today she's ensuring that it plays in tune to the neck. Okay. I'm assuming like a capo is involved, so you check open string versus 12. I see. You said you were going to bed 15 minutes ago, but you didn't want to go without saying goodbye. I mean, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with y'all. In like most cases, even when I'm in BRB state, I will still be like looking at the stream chat while I'm like up getting water or whatever. I'm always here. A capo is not involved. Okay. Sleep well, Mapno. It's been good to see you here. I gotta eat something. I don't have any food that isn't going to irradiate me. One of the first things I need to treat myself to is a fucking stove. A gas stove. Ooh, a Beretta. I wonder if I can get a... Okay. That. Put your hands together and pray I get a nice barrel out of this, okay? Let's go. We got a barrel. Bad news is she's in horrific shape. But as soon as I get back to the cordon, I should be able to tune her up a fair bit. Dwop says I saw some apartments today, and I might as well pull the trigger on one I like. Sounds good. Obviously, make sure you take a good look at the thing. Because, I mean, like, I was happy that I knew, going into the one that I'm leasing now, that, like, okay, you know, crickets are a thing I'm gonna have to deal with. That was, like, a thing where it's like, okay, this is, like, a major thing I need to be aware of. So I had, like, cricket traps ready to go on day one. So, like, make sure, obviously, like, I know you're smart enough to go to a tour of the fucking place before you lease it. But, like, just make sure you take note of that kind of shit. Also, thank you, good Sorka. Much appreciated. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta take the fucking tea bag out of this. And I got rid of the foil patch. I have to put this in there straight up. I see. God, while I'm doing that. That would suck. Awfully. Tell you what, I stopped getting so many encoder issues as soon as I turned my IQ settings all the way up to full fan power. But it maybe heat might be a player in it too. So I'm gonna clean out my PC tonight before I go to bed. Be a fun little project. Lying down for the night. Some nice cozy fan sounds on the speakers. Get my can of compressed air out and get to work. It was nice to actually, like, fully vacuum my house today. Like, I actually, like, used the fucking vacuum that my aunt and uncle gave me. She's a loud motherfucker, but she does vacuum good because I haven't had any lint or dirt on my socks. So I'm thinking sometime soon I'm probably gonna, like, do the whole thing of, like, vacuuming and then Swiffering all the floors so it's actually nice and clean. And, Lord knows, putting up, like, a proper fucking, mat at the front, for, like, you know, your feet and everything has helped. I got one that says wipe your paws on it. It's nice and tongue-in-cheek. Alright. Right, I have to go put some guns away. Am I really just gonna have to, like, eat garbage? I think I'm gonna have to eat garbage. She's loud, but she sucks good. That's Nick's talking about me, probably. Did I say that out loud? Who said that? We're about to get a comment from Nick's just going, ma'am, or something. I was checking, like, water pressure, because I want my showers to hit like a linebacker. I mean, fucking, see, meanwhile, my shower has, like, decent, like, you know, power and everything, but for fuck's sake, our boiler's been on the fritz. So, like, the shower I took after, like, I got home from work yesterday, and I even told Soroka, I was like, I'm still down to play, Insurgency, but I need to physically wash today off of me. And, I couldn't even get comfortable because the fucking water wasn't warm enough. Which is weird because the fucking sinks were getting hot enough just fine. I don't fucking get it, dog. Couldn't fucking explain it if I tried. Hey. You know, get over here. You're carrying my trash. Get to it, peon. That's better. You know what? As soon as I get this fucking guy out of his predicament in that field over there, I'm having a fucking smoke break. Hey, Lav, welcome back. Yeah, it looks like something came along and killed all the Gottmix over here, so this dude's just sitting here alone with nobody to rescue him. Well, good thing yours truly came along. God, what a beautiful day it is in the zone, huh? Alright, come with me. Follow. Look, what time is it right now? That's morphine, not cigarettes. Good thing I saved. I am not trying to waste valuable drugs. Welcome to the Sascha stream, where she's so bad with the keybinds that instead of checking her watch or smoking cigarettes, she has just dosed herself with morphine. Mighty Morphine Power Rangers, even. Welcome to the Sascha stream. I'm all about that Flintstones chewable morphine. Yeah, I could go for some fucking morphine right now. One's in chat if you could go for some morphine. And of course, as soon as I load the save, the sunny days disappear and we're back to fucking British weather. Just a bit of a rush. Yeah, look, when I said I needed a smoke break, I mainly just meant I needed something to take the edge off. It didn't have to specifically be a cigarette. Look, sometimes, alright, sometimes whatever you got going on in your day just is too strong for cigarettes. Sometimes a smoke break just won't cut it. Sometimes, right? Sometimes you gotta shoot up a little morphine to get by. Is all I'm saying. Okay, what's the keybind for a fucking watch? Right? Is that the keybinds here? What's the keybind for the stopwatch? Oh, F6. Too Strong for Cigarettes is a good album name. Feels like a fucking NASCAR Aloe album. I remember, like, when American Wasteland came out, and me and Beck were yapping about NASCAR Aloe, and they just went, dude, the beat for Cigarettes is farting. And I'm like, what? And they just go, you know, it's farting. And I'm like, can't talk with you about music again. They sent such a funny clip when they went to go see NASCAR Aloe live, right? Like, I'm talking NASCAR had, like, a cold or something a couple of days before, so his voice was fucked up. So what does he do? He has to warm up his voice. Bro gets on stage, and he asks the DJ to play fucking anything to get people going while he's, like, warming up his voice and shit. So, you get this insanely bizarre fucking clip of Crazy Frog playing in a pit while a bunch of, like, people in full punk gear are starting a circle pit. And meanwhile, NASCAR is up on stage into the mic just going, I can't stand living anymore! And it's just like, what a show. I probably wouldn't survive a NASCAR Aloe pit, but it would be a fun time, I bet. Hey, buddy, can I buy an oven off you? Because I know I've got enough gas for an oven, but, just don't have one. What fucking business do you have selling a hammer sight, buddy? Oh, is that Rusty Cage? Bruh. Damn, these cigarettes are strangely morphine flavored, and these syringes are burning my arm. Bitch, I'm smoking cigarettes. Lungs turning 50 Shades of Grey. This boy quit talking shit. Something, something, my confidence. Do that, okay? This is something about his fist, and he says, when that bitch going hit, is when that bitch going hit, make 808s. Holy saw my dick, fuck that shit, hit his ass and get away. NASCAR Aloe changed my life. NASCAR Aloe was basically the easiest way I was able to wean myself off of listening to Ghostman. Because it was like, instead of listening to music about like a guy who wants to hit people, why don't I just listen to music about a guy who actually hits people? Because like, back when Ghostman was still like hanging out with the Suicide Boys and doing whatever the fuck he was doing, you know, like, that was fun. I liked Mercurial. I liked Noise a lot. I think Noise was fantastic. But then once Ghostman started going, like, way too far into, like, the fucking, like, industrial metal territory, especially when it came to, like, his, like, fucking, like, theatrics and, like, stage getup and everything, it was like, alright, bro, I'm starting to see why Poppy left you. Let's take it down a couple notches, alright? You're not Marilyn Manson. You don't want to be Marilyn Manson. Nobody wants to be Marilyn Manson. Dude, I wish that giant gun prop killed him. You didn't hear that from me, though. But it was like, I used to spend a lot of time listening to Ghostman, and I'm like, it's died, I guess, but like, he just... I mean, obviously part of it is it got ruined for me by another person, but like, a bigger part of it was just like, dude, like, I can't get into Ghostman's fucking theatrics, dude. I can't get into his act now. It's like way too fucking corny. And it's like, well, what do you get into now? I know. How about I listen to some music from this, like, Cambodian dude who lives in, like, North Carolina, and bro makes, like, beats that sound like Cruelty Squad music, and he's sitting there talking about, like, how much he loves feet. Like, fuck it. Have a good time, right? I can listen to Ghostman, cry into the mic while, like, you know, like, fucking, like, rip-off Rob Zombie tracks are playing in the background, and it's like, whatever. You know what's better? NASCAR Allo making, like, a whole track with City Morgue called ACAB. What is it? I'm the new Sid Vicious, disturbing motherfuckers as you down with the sickness. Like, look, alright? Get you a motherfucker who's ready to make an entire song about how much he loves feet. I don't know why he did that, but he did it. Poppy mentioned. I heard that Poppy did a really good cover of One Step Closer with Linkin Park. I gotta be real, dog. I am... Part of it, I think, is just because I never really listened to Linkin Park. Despite being in my nu metal phase, I was never really particularly into... Sorry in advance for sending you 3 million videos. Let me see the notice. That is exactly 4. You are fine. I think part of it is that, like, I never really listened to Linkin Park, so it's easy for me to, like, you know, differentiate myself from this. But, like, generally speaking, right? I'm going to be, like, on this hill forever, but Linkin Park picking a vocalist who is, like, a known Scientologist affiliate is, like, the biggest fuck you to Chester Bennington's memory ever. I am never going to give anything they do after this point the time of day, because I do not care. If half of your band's discography is your vocalist, like, talking about how much hell he's been through in the wake of his sexual trauma, and you hire a Scientologist to replace him, fuck you. Fuck you, and nothing you make has any value now. I don't care if Poppy did a really good cover, did really good vocals on your, you know, version of One Step Closer during your recent performance. I don't care how apparently, you know, instrumentally solid your new album is. You hired a Scientologist. Get out. Hey, welcome back, Angel. I'm yapping about Poppy and how NASCAR Allo got me off of Ghostman, and also how fuck Linkin Park for hiring a Scientologist to replace Chester. Now, having a normal one. Like, I do still need to listen to Meteora and Hybrid Theory, because I've never actually listened to Linkin Park. Like, I never sat down and listened to them the way I used to listen to Slipknot and Limp Bizkit and Korn, and Element 80, who, by the way, are actually the namesake of my headmate 80, because 80 is the atomic number of Mercury. It's a heavy metal, but it's not hard. Chester hated her too, which is patently insane. Wow! Alright. So, we're back on Fuck Mike Shinoda. Yeah, no, exactly. Not just a Scientologist, but one that actually continued to defend the ones that were doing, like, some of the worst things the cult was up to. And the worst part, too, is she was lying under oath to defend the guy who assaulted Cedric Bixler Zavala's wife. And when he was going on, like, you know, like, on like, the warpath and, like, calling out the people who are responsible for this, a bunch of people called him, like, an internet troll. It's like, motherfucker, that is the vocalist of At the Drive-In and the Mars Volta. You put some fucking respect on his name and you listen when he talks. So, like, I apologize in advance to anybody that has to hear me do this whenever I'm around them, but, like, also, I'm not sorry. Like, fuck Linkin Park, and especially fuck Mike Shinoda for hiring a, like, known defender of sex pests and a known cultist. Every time I hear and say 80, I can't stop doing it like the sound effect. Oh, you mean like the Markiplier sound where he just goes, 80? You're so fucking real, this is why we hang out. No, no, absolutely, and it's why I like having you around, because we're both on the same page, where it's like, sometimes you really do just have to put your foot down. Like, last Stalker Tuesday when we got onto the topic of FNAF, and it was like, no, full disclosure, if you... the Zone spoke. It was like, you know, full disclosure, you know, if you, like, mention anything about FNAF around me, or you, like, imply anything to do with, like, FNAF as a fandom, I immediately side-eye you. I immediately start, like, marking down the tallies of, this person ain't safe to be around. And it's like that now, where it's like, I get that a lot of people don't know that Linkin Park's new vocalist is this person, and it's why I don't side-eye you for not knowing. Game heard you bring up FNAF and killed you. Honestly, based on the game. But, like, listen, I'm not gonna side-eye you for not knowing. But if I tell you, oh, by the way, Linkin Park's new vocalist is a known Scientologist who defended a sex offender in court. If I tell you that, and I still see you going around about how you really like, you know, the new Linkin Park album and you thought her vocals are good, straight up, I'm cutting you off. I'm not even being hyperbolic, I am just cutting you off. I do not want to see you. Like, just full fucking disclosure, dead ass, I'm being honest. Like, you do that shit, you're out. Because it's not like, it's not an offense to not know, you know? It's not an offense not to know, but it is kind of an offense to, like, you know and then continue to do it anyway. The new park also has all the AI shit they pulled. Wait, I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this. Tell me. Explain this to me. And the worst part is a lot of people wanted to, like, pull, like, the same fucking excuse and be like, oh, people are just upset about the new Linkin Park vocalist because they don't like that she's a woman. No, I love women vocalists. I love Poppy. I love, what's her name from Dying Wish? I love, like, most of my favorite vocalists are female. I fucking love, Isbrokey. I love, like, tons and tons of fucking femme vocalists, but it's like, dude, like, if your femme vocalist is a Scientologist, I don't want her. Sorry. Like my favorite fucking folk singer is Patsy Cline, you know? They did an AI animated music video. Oh, Christ. You could have just stopped at I love women. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. Was that was like a thing that happened when Soroka was in VC the other night. It was something, somebody said something about the phrase, like, weird about women. And I was like, I mean, I'm weird about women. Or Soroka was like, kind of based though. And I'm like, yeah, everyone who's weird about women wants in chat. Isbrokey is fantastic. I'm very happy I found her through 870 Glizzy. What a fucking name for a rapper. 870 is great. And, the fact that the song that introduced me to Isbrokey is a song by 870 that begins with the phrase, Elliot Rogers, dudes crash out by these bitches, is insane to me. Are you pigs? Yes. Never met a bitch I put before my riches. I was gonna say I'm weird about women if you didn't. That's true. I mean, to be fair, those bars weren't from Isbrokey, those were from 870. And he also says a bunch of other insane shit. But Brokey's bars on that track are great. What is it? She says, I don't give a fuck, you from my city, you are not my kin. Blocky got the triple beam on it like I'm G and Shin. I might spin again to spin again, just to spin again. Her track Internet Ho is really fucking good. I love that her fucking, her tag is, Brokey, your music fucking sucks. She's so good. People in chat, if you're not already listening to Isbroki, you're missing out on a fantastic fucking trans femme rapper. More belligerent trans girls, please. More of us should be mean and say insane shit. I mean, look what I'm up here doing. Look what I'm up here doing, dog. Why do you think I wrote sudden death? I'm deadass considering making a sudden death too, by the way. That could be a good time. Sudden death 2, and I make it even shorter. This time it's only 8 bars. I am fucking wild. This tea's banger. What's the Touche Amore bar? Sudden death overtime. I was gonna call it slow death. Sudden death overtime works too. Because, like, you gotta do the remix, right? So the sudden death remix, and this time it's overtime. Yeah, it fucks. What's the Touche Amore lyric? I'll come out of hiding just before dawn. When tea tastes like pencils, I'm stirring too long. I'll offer up my idle seat in this exit row for the satellite. There's what I know for certain. I know that I'm not wrong. Suffering has no purpose. Round here is an almost perfect song. Almost. There's no doubt that I'll sink my teeth in. Not without depleting everyone around. Sudden death chopped and screwed be like the butcher shop edition. And, like, make no mistake, the overtime bit does work, because one of the last bars on the song is literally the phrase, that sudden death shit, you best get on the point now. Quickly followed up by feel like Jeremy McKinnon, because this bitch a battleground. I thought that was a great track ender. I was proud of that. I really started the track off with the ad-lib of, yeah, I could beat Mono in a fight. In my defense, I could. I don't give a fuck what that goofy deity says. I could do it. I could do it tomorrow. I could do it, like, right now, bro. Okay. What insane motherfucker would buy a drum magazine for an SKS? Are you good? What insane motherfucker would buy a drum magazine for a Makarov PM? Wait, Makarov PM, that's not right. Because PM already stands for Pistoliet Makarova. What motherfucker buys a drum mag for a fucking PM? It's makeshift too. Congratulations. I want to jam. Like, drum magazine for the SKS. Literally, come on and slam and welcome to the jam. Bubba's Drum Mag SKS. SKS is really popular up here. I know some motherfuckers who would love an SKS drum. So, can you tell me who they are so I know to stay the fuck away from them? God. I'd kill to get a look at what the fucking world outside looks like right now. One of my only issues with Stalker 2 is that the emissions are not violent enough compared to how the intro portrays them. It just doesn't hit. same kind of person who gets an SKS modified to take replaceable mags. You don't go to the zone for safety is all I'm saying. Yeah, I guess not. But, like, listen, right? Tapco's best customer. Once again, ominous dominus, keep Tapco off of us. Look, right? I know people don't exactly come to the zone for safety, but, like... Because, I mean, like, look at this shit. But, like, for fuck's sake, dog, right? You don't come to the zone to die, either. And I guess if you want to spend your God-given existence putting a fucking drum mag in an SKS, because you want to fucking... You want your whole life to be a Quad City DJ song, I guess that's your business. But, don't join my fucking squad if you do that. Tapco fucking scares me, the shit they try and enable. Yeah, if you scare Angel, you're like... You're a fucking problem and you must be excised from this plane of existence. The zone is not that bad after all, says Pashka Owl. That wasn't so bad, was it? Alright, Pashka, let's see your reaction to, today's death toll. Wait for it to roll through on the news comms. Wait till they count up all the bodies. Just wait for it. Wait, are they not going to count up all the deaths? Usually they do that. Usually they count up all the death toll. Huh. Concerning. Usually at this point they tend to tally up all the people that we lost in the emission, and then usually some poor motherfucker chimes in with a, "It's not fair. Screw you, zone." I still really am happy with that screenshot I took of a guy just announcing in the fucking Stalker chat, "We did it! We survived the emission!" And then the next message just says he was killed by a monolithian. It's so fucking funny. Just, oh my god, I can't believe it. I survived. Ah! Instantly dead. Instantly shot and killed. You couldn't make this shit up if you tried. The motherfucker who was counting died in the emission. You know what? I believe it. I believe it wholeheartedly. Being a zone death counter has got to be a pretty sobering job. Yeah. Just like, look, alright? If you want to be the motherfucker doing, like, mortuaries or whatever in real life, like, that's like, okay, you know, it's like about as inevitable as, like, metal rusting or, like, cold water getting warm. You know? Like, death's a fact of life. But, like, in the zone, when you say, oh, it's like a fact of life, that means, like, this could happen tomorrow. This could happen today. Kind of thing. It's a lot more sobering. Do you fucking mind, my man? I'm busy over here. Cloud cover's so fucking thick I can't even see the chopper. For a split second, the lightning effect made me think the guys you were standing by were ghosts. It'll do it. What if I was hallucinating my squad members the whole time?
Lock and load, Bloodhound. You've been made.
Holy shit, what? Holy fuck! Holy shit, Emot. Thank you so much for the raid. What the fuck? Angel, can we get a shout out for Emot, please? A smot in every wall. Oh, Christ. Alright. Angel, get the gasoline. We're burning down the bar and we're starting a new one. Like, 5 blocks down the road. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Too Much Sascha, the Chernobyl Battle Maid. I cook, I clean, I kill, and when I'm not doing any of those things, I'm either streaming spooky shooter games on Twitch, or I'm unfortunately being subjected to inhuman shit by a UN director who won't get her hands off of me. How are you doing tonight? If any of y'all already here ain't already following Designation Emot, please give that motherfucker a follow. He is a fantastic homie, and I'm so glad I got to meet him. He's fucking chill as shit. Emot, tell us what you were doing tonight. What were you streaming? How did it go? If you got to raid and run, get up or do whatever, no sweat, we'll be here. But thank you for trusting your community with me, and I promise you, they're in good hands. Tonight we're playing some Stalker Anomaly. We're just cleaning up a couple of side quests, getting some shit done, got a few guns to tune up, maybe sort out some of my stashes. Discussion's been pretty fucking heavy tonight. We're talking about a lot of real shit, but it's been a good time. And right now we're just doing whatever the fuck, I guess. What have we been talking about for the past 10 minutes? Oh, we were talking about fucking Tapco. I'm good. Was just checking out Adam Fall for folks. Really enjoyed it. Thank you. You should give it a crack sometime. Adam Fall. Do tell me about it. I've heard the name before, but I don't know much else about it. The second you were trying to eat a snack, says Nix. Yeah, that'll do it. Vice says, you got it, I'm grabbing the diesel. Oh, Jesus, we're going in, huh? We want, like, nothing left. Alright. I mean, I was just gonna say go for some 93 octane. Be like that one insane motherfucker who tried making, like, 93 octane shoddy shells. Stalker Britain. I'd genuinely rather go to the zone. I'd rather go to the zone than regular Britain. Ah, hello iPhone low battery signifier. Sounds like that's either my call to why are you charging so poorly? Well, that's not good. That's a sign we might have to call a little bit early tonight. Because I've never had her do that on stream before, but then again, I also have never had, I've also never started stream without forgetting. Well, worst comes to worst, we'll just go to PNG. I do need to raid and run for a bit since it's late. Yeah, go get you some fucking rest, homie. Thanks for bringing the people on in here. I'm gonna get back to it then. We got Stalker Brit and Stalker USA now. Stalker USA is surprisingly chiller. Diesel's the Penrose gold standard. Nothing ought to be left when I'm doing burning. I fucking believe it. Well, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of burning to be done here because it just got done raining like a motherfucker thanks to that emission. But, you know, we're out here and we stay on it. It's a beautiful fucking day in the zone. What time is it? It's 8 p.m. You know, the one thing I wish I could do. Take it easy, Sascha. Glad to be able to raid in. Thank you kindly. The one thing I wish I could do is maybe editing some of the weather configs for my seasons. Because, like, obviously, you know, I've got, like, autumn, spring, fall, and summer. I said autumn and fall. Like, autumn, winter, fall, and... I did it again! Autumn, winter, spring, and summer. But, the only issue, though, is that, it's still the same, like, day length all the time. So, like, right now, it's supposed to be autumn according to my seasonal mod, but right now, it's October 30th, and, we're currently seeing it this bright out at 8 p.m., which is, definitely not accurate. Am I gonna have to take more antibiotics? Oh, Christ, here we go. So, I wish maybe I could shorten the days a little bit. Because when I got my snow mod on for winter and it's supposed to be December, and the days are still going from, like, you know, it's bright out from, like, 6 a.m. all the way until 9 p.m. It's a little bit of an immersion break, gotta say. Not enough to bother me, because, I mean, like, if you're playing Slavjank, kiss your immersion goodbye. It's a lost cause. You're not gonna find any here. But... you know, we find our ways. I do still need to play Pacific Drive. That was one of those games I was kind of holding off on until I was able to come back to streaming. I guess now I got no excuse, huh? Now that I'm actually, like, fully back with, like, fiber and a fucking 48, I don't really have any excuse to not play all of these games I've been sitting on for over a year. Going, yeah, I'll play them when I stream. And then... being in and out of stream hiatus for God knows how fucking long. Now here I am sitting, I'm like fully back in it, and I'm like, well shit, I actually have to... Oh man, I actually have to play shit other than Stalker. What am I gonna do, bro? What am I gonna do? Pacific Drive's a good time. Yeah, I heard. I've seen a couple of my homies play it recently. It looks good. Looks fun, even. I'd be down to give it a shot, but it's definitely like a little gonna be a little bit of time in the future kind of thing. Because I mean, obviously, I'm like kind of like, okay, I obviously I'm supposed to say like booked out, but I deadass almost said bricked up for the month. I am not bricked up. Don't smack me, Twitch TOS. I promise I am not bricked up on stream this time. Okay, well now we got a 9mm barrel, so I just need me a fucking ramrod. That's a lot of ramrods, dog. That's like maybe half of the ramrods that Captain Rains has up her ass, that motherfucker. Oh, right. So we've run into a problem. This 9mm barrel... This 9mm barrel is past the point where it can actually be repaired by a ramrod. Which means that my best bet then is to basically just put it into the fucking pistol and then use a repair kit on the pistol with the barrel in it. Because repairing the barrel itself cannot be done at this fucking threshold while it's outside of the gun. Don't ask me why it works like this, it just does. Oh, fuck me. See, this is why I don't get into, like, real guns, because, like, look at all the bullshit you gotta put up with. Not to mention all that costs real money. I got me a nice little airsoft prop, and she still shoots just fine. I ain't gotta worry about a motherfucking thing. Bricked up in the way that Monstressor was in Cask of Amontillado. That is a cut so deep, I don't think stitches or staples could seal it. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, Dwap? Alright. These guns is ass. They call me the Mason. Oh, the way you be bricked up. Yeah, they call me the Mason the way I be hearing numbers in my head and people fucked with me when I was in prison. Wop got bars. Dog, that shit is like Van Helsing flow. Missy made some bomb-ass nachos. Fuck yeah. Can't wait for my wife to make some Irish nachos when she comes up. Those are fucking banger. Are Irish people even real? I begin to wonder. Wasn't there a guy who wanted a cat claw out here recently? He's still looking for one of those? No. The joke is the guy gets knocked out and bricked into a wall while he's out. Is that what happened in that Thomas the Tank Engine episode, right? Love their music about killing Brits. Oh, the Irish. Yeah, yeah. See, I'm starting to get eepy and I'm starting to lose my train of thought. I need to buy some fucking food with my earnings today because I am, like, going bonkers. That job's done. Give me the fucking money. Wait, do I not at least have, like, something, like, edible that isn't going to, like, destroy my gut? There's gotta be something, right? Like, give me something to go off of here. The Irish are natural haters. Sometimes you gotta have people like that around, you know? Okay, so we got a shit ton of gas. We don't have, like, real meaningful food that I can eat. This is all, like, mutant parts, and I hate to say it, but, like, without real food, I'm kind of struggling to get by here. Because, like, I got all the fucking guns and ammo and, like, cool shit in the world, but it don't mean a goddamn thing if I can't live long enough to use any of it. Like, why the fuck am I carrying this modern SKS when all it can take is a fucking PU scope? Why do I even have a gold eagle? A gold deagle? What, like, sane human being would carry one of these? For what purpose? Snork hand? Yeah. That's what criminal elements like to cook up each other as a hazing ritual. Here at the bar, I've had to cook up like a ton of fucking snork hands. Like anytime you see a bunch of whack-ass motherfuckers walking in with Adidas tracksuits And you could already tell they fucking stink like vodka before they even stepped in the goddamn door. Because Gopniks like to pregame like a motherfucker. They come in and they're like all talking about, you know, like all that ED know who he bullshit. And you're like, ugh, I'm gonna have to cook up snore cans tonight, aren't I? I'm not looking forward to this. It's why I had to, like, start telling Barkeep to, like, put some fucking rules in place, dog. I was like, look, alright? Rule number 1. I don't cook you a snore can unless you bring me the fucking thing yourself. I am not, you know, schlepping my ass all the way down to Yantar to kill a single snork and put that poor dude out of his misery, you know? I'm not gonna do that to some poor fucking liquidator who is just doing his job, just so you can sit here and eat this shit up, not even eat it yourself. You want me to cook it up, so you can go walk up to some poor motherfucker who wants to be a part of your stupid-ass special club and make him eat it, and he's not gonna eat it because he's a fucking rookie, and rookies never want to eat the snore can. So then good food goes to waste. Good food that I had to fucking bust my ass to go find. Like, no. You want a snore can, present the hand, and then I'll cook it. Otherwise, sit down and shut your ass up. Like, dead ass. Like, masculine meals are like, whatever, dog. Like, at least if I make a masculine meal, I know the motherfucker who eats it is gonna actually, like, eat it. He's not, like, ordering it just so he can, like, make somebody else try to choke it down. You need to drown it in hot sauce? That's because you haven't had my snore can. Right? I know how to make it just right. I know how to make it in ways that got, like, the motherfuckers from, like, Rostock all the way to Yanu fucking drooling. I can make me a mean snore can, Angel. Just you wait. Okay, materials and gun parts go here. Yeah, well, little point in putting gun parts here that are below the repair threshold, huh? Most repair thresholds are 60, so I can safely discard anything that isn't that. Trigger mechanisms. A lot of garbage. So much garbage that you think Sultan's about to jump in this motherfucker. What am I even saying? It's peak stalker banter. I'm really good at, like, being able to, like, just engage in banter. Does Snorcan not lead to prion disease? Not because of the cannibalism, but the radiation. I mean, we cooked that shit out of it. I know how to make it edible. I know how to make it palatable. Are we about to get a size storm while I'm sitting here trying to sort through my gun parts? Yeah, it figures. It is very funny that this mod that everybody uses just fucking, what's the word? Adds, like, very notably, like, Western-style weather siren sound effects into it. Like, I'm not the biggest stickler for realism in the world, because I'm already playing a game where, like, a nuclear disaster gave way to psychics and ghosts, you know? We've kind of passed that point already. But, like, it is still kind of funny to think about. You ever barbecued flesh ribs? Could build a fucking smoker out of a spent barrel. Ooh. You know, now you're speaking my language. Now you're speaking my language. You know, right? I obviously, I don't fuck with Muller at all. I don't fuck with Muller. She gets way too up in my space. She's really fucking creepy. And she has no fucking morals. However, maybe the next time she needs me on a job, it might sweeten the deal a little bit if I could be like, hey, lady? Hey, lady? Could you, like, bring me a bottle of some Sweet Baby Rays? Like, bring some Sweet Baby Rays in here the next time you come down in the fucking Blackhawk of yours, and maybe, you know, maybe we can work out a deal. Maybe. And don't give me none of that, like, bullshit that they make, right? Don't come down here with none of that, like, bullshit off-brand fucking Ken's Steakhouse or, like, Craft Barbecue. If it's not like Sweet Baby Rays with the fucking bourbon and everything, I don't want it. I don't fucking want it. God. I am so happy that, like, I made this character into, like, a character that is, like, able to be vulgar and everything, and I didn't, like, go way too hard in on, like, the fucking, like, demure maid thing, where I go, oh, how are you doing? It's good to see you. No, like, none of that. Just like, yeah, hey, what the fuck is up? I'm Sasha. How you doing? You know? None of that bullshit. We're fresh as fuck in here, you know what I'm saying? Alright, time to sort through all of my shit here. There's a lot of stuff, but... at least there's more room in here after I fucking take all of this apart. My outfit I can just repair myself. Armor pieces and everything else, since I can't repair them past 60, is probably a good idea. Hey, bro, what are you doing? Tell you what, though. One of the best fucking recipes ever we got up here. I'm out here making, like, boar, right? Like proper, like, boar chops with the rinds and everything. Put some red pepper flakes on that. It's great. It's like my measure of a good Italian restaurant. If I go in and they don't have a shaker full of red pepper flakes, no, get out. Not sitting here, not eating it. So all these guys I'm gonna be bringing with me up to the bar to carry all of my shit.
Sasha, get down. You're surrounded.
Another fucking raid. Wait, did we just get 2 raids back to back? Holy shit.
Sasha, get down. You're surrounded.
Well, it's a good thing I managed to fix the emotes there, so that functions correctly. Because I realized that if I set them to have a wait function after, and then lock them up, that actually works correctly. Oh, okay, you're both together. This is the puppy you were streaming Elite with. Uh-oh. Are we gonna have to have...
Bloodhound, you've been spotted.
Thank you for the follow, Jazz in Space. Are we gonna have to have, like, a fucking puppy war here? We're gonna have, like, a puppy fight? Welcome on in, new raiders. Thank you, Kelly and Freck Puppy, for the raids. I appreciate both of you so much. Thank you for sharing your communities with us. I promise they're in good hands. If you got a raid and run, get up, piss, get a snack, do whatever. Totally understandable. I'm sure y'all were going for a while. Welcome on in. I'm Too Much Sasha, the Chernobyl battle maid. I cook, I clean, I kill. And when I'm not doing any of those things, I'm on Twitch playing spooky shooty games. And unfortunately, I'm under the thumb of a very shady UN director right now. But that's a story for another day. If anybody in here is not already following Kelly and Freck Puppy, please go give them both a follow. Kelly especially being a notorious Prypiat City Hate Crew Day Oneer. Jazz in Space, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Prypiat City Hate Crew as well, where we live as an act of defiance. It's good to see you all. What were y'all doing? Were y'all playing, y'all were playing Elite Dangerous again, huh? It's the popcornist. You know, it's really funny that I was thinking about this song this morning as I was getting ready to start my day. It's a good fucking track. The, what is it? Black Market theme from SMT4. I do like that because of that stupid fucking meme video. A ton of you now hear it and just immediately think of the popcornist video. I guess I'm kind of honored. Maybe I'm not. But it's good to see you all. And thank you for giving the shout out there. Appreciate it. So, yeah, we're playing Stalker EFP. We're going to be winding it down. If nothing else, just because my phone's kind of starting to run on borrowed time here. Poor girl's at, I checked the battery power. She's at 17%. She'll make it a little bit longer, but we'll have to see. Got the new mining ship, and not gonna lie, it kicks ass. Hell yeah. I'm just sorting out a bunch of my inventory before we close out for the night. Just yapping about whatever the fuck me, Angel, and Dwop and Nix want to talk about. So it'll be good to have you in here yapping with us too, homie. But thank you both for the raids, and I appreciate it. And hope you enjoy your stay here in the bar. We're actually talking about zone cuisine. I was telling telling Angel that as much as I fucking hate Muller's guts, and I wish she'd keep her fucking hands on me, or off me. Oh, that's a hellish Freudian slip. I wish she'd keep her fucking hands off me at the very least. If she brought down some fucking sweet baby rays the next time she comes in for a debrief, I might forgive some things. Some things. We're barbecuing flesh ribs. See, Angel gets it. Tell you what, a lot of people don't know that Sweet Baby Ray's make sauces other than barbecue. They have a really, really good Hawaiian barbecue sauce. I actually really like their Hawaiian barbecue. They also have like a special chicken sauce that has like fucking bourbon in it, and it's great. I'm also a very, very big fan of their honey mustard. Like, if you're at a grocery store that sells like different types of Sweet Baby Rays, go for like the honey mustard. The mining gun on the ship is very satisfying if you ever wanted to mine with a GAU-8 Avenger. Oh, the Avenger, my beloved. Let's do it, Hawaiian barbecue, apple in the mouth and all. Let's go, baby. Woo, woo. And then listen to that, yeah, see, Nix, that's how you know we're on the same fucking wavelength. Do it while listening to that one Vulgargrad cover of that song about Captain Cook. The Stalker classic of Dr. Sausage is the miscellaneous meat for any emergency bread. Look, dog, if it works, it works, alright? I'm personally not the biggest fan of Dr. Sausage, but, like, if it's filling and I don't fucking throw it up, then it's gonna have to do until I can get back and make some real fucking food. Hey, I was talking about Aquarium earlier, and right now one of their songs is playing, actually. Alright. Well, here's my dinner and tomorrow morning's breakfast until I can cook something more substantial, I guess. Not particularly glamorous, but what in the zone is, huh? Oh, duty's announcing an enlistment. Any volunteer should show up at the base of operations in Rorstock with a weapon, gear, and enough provisions for 3 days. IDs are not required, good physical conditioning is encouraged. Yeah. Rules for thee and not for me, huh, Volgan? Fuck. In the later days in the USSR, they were cutting it. I love that. Dude, all these fucking Dr. Skya, all my Dr. Skya dealer started cutting his product with soy. Woe is me, Billet. Alright, well, before we can get anything done, we do need to actually get some rest. Otherwise, the sleep deprivation is going to eat me alive. So, see you motherfuckers in the morning. Doctor, there's Fent in my sausage. Doctor. What is this Fent doing in my sausage? I'm legally not allowed to continue this joke. That's fucked up. Cuts once again to me and Angel's cover of Head in the Ceiling Fan by Titanfall? By Title Fight, but instead it's Fent in the Ceiling Fan. Fent in the Ceiling Fan goes rolling and missing like bullets slamming into deer skin. So that video made me really hungry. Wonder if Ordinary Sausage has tried it. If anybody would be up for the fucking challenge. I am not going all the way to Jupiter to kill some random motherfucker barkeep. I'm sorry. I have standards. I do find it very interesting that whenever you talk to a merchant, all, like, light sources in your inventory immediately begin, like, it just starts, like, registering them as being, like, at 100% rarity, so you can never tell which ones you need to save. It's honestly kind of infuriating, actually. There's some Euro markets I could drive to that have really good sausage and black bread. Explain what black bread is to me. That sounds kind of intriguing, actually. Because I hate to say it, right? But I'm still very, very far behind on learning proper Slavic cuisine. Because, unfortunately, both I and the character of Sascha are, unfortunately, socialized far more Italian than we were Slavic. Oh, hey! I'm stalking it. Hey! Got a few recipes I could try for you. God, please, hun. Your fucking cooking has me, like, slobbering. Trouble Monkey 10, hello. I noticed that you followed a couple of days ago when I was opening up OBS to get a couple of things handled. Thanks for the follow and welcome to the PCHC. How you doing today? Pack of old meat. Yeah, that's enticing, I'm sure. Cuban cigars. Great breakfast, I guess. Black bread is like darker rye with a Oh, that sounds good, dude. That sounds good. Yo, you showed me, okay, because I was gonna say, I noticed, like, because, like, OBS shows me when I get shoutouts. I noticed Angel shouted me out, today. Thank you for that, Angel. But, thank you, Kelly, for shouting you out as the other Stalker VTuber. Thank you so much. Pretty good, came here because of Kelly. Was stalking for a while today. Splendid. Yeah, I was like, sometimes when I get follows and I don't know who they're from, I'll, like, check the channel. So I checked yours and I was like, Stalker player. What the fuck was that I just saw? An RP... Okay, it's an RPK drum mag, I'll allow it. Picking my breakfast for today is not particularly glamorous. Because it's either old-ass fucking bread, old-ass meat, or a can of corns or, like, beans that's gonna, like, take a chunk out of my paycheck. I guess I can recoup the cost of this. I guess I can recoup the cost of this with whatever I'm gonna make off of selling some of these components to a mechanic. So fuck it. Down the hatch. Got 3 or 4 new people in chat on my last stream. All Stalker players within like 10 minutes of each other, and they swear they don't know each other. That's the thing that makes Stalker so fun, is that, like, Stalker as a game just attracts a lot of people. It's like, you know, it's an established game with a pretty solid fan base, and the best part is you never have to worry about, like, having to deal with, like, multiplayer bullshit. It's gas. Now what can I tell you? What are you gonna fucking do? Alright, so now we gotta go back to a mechanic. So number 1, we have a pistol we gotta repair. Number 2, oh, we also have water that we need to boil and purify. A global PDA chat mod. Yeah, you could talk to every other Stalker player. Yeah, I remember hearing about that a few years ago when I was like, man, what a great way to immediately completely demolish the atmosphere that makes Stalkers so fun to play. What a great way to completely undermine the appeal of a game like this. Like, I'm not gonna rag on a person for using it, but I'm like, you should get it for off-stream because it can be either wholesome, silly, depressing, racist, or gambling. Yeah, see, I don't really know if I could ever bring myself to subject myself to that. I'm good, homie. I'm alright. See, it's ironic that we were having surprisingly nice and sunny weather when I was talking about the really heavy shit earlier, and now that we're just chilling and talking about cooking or whatever the fuck, we're back to British weather. The weather of the zone is diametrically opposed to whatever the topic of the discussion is, I guess. Well, at least it's consistent. An IRL zone would have a super racist group chat. Well, yeah. It's Slavic. Bro was trying to convince people to get his mystery serum to make people renegades. Kitchen is clean, sheets are dry, splendid. The fuck are you shooting at, bruh? Oh, it's zombies. Whoa, Danko, chilly, you got your shit rocked. Balkanizes your group chat. IRL stalkers are pretty chill and decent people. Oh yeah, when when I did my live duty re-debut back in 2023, we spent a decent amount of time on stream watching like footage of real stalkers doing their thing in the zone, and it was actually a lot of fun. It was like a really good time. We were just cold chilling, doing whatever the fuck, you know. Truthfully, I enjoyed it. Oh hey, one of these guys had meat, so I wouldn't have had to buy that fucking can of beans. That's splendid. Hey, speaking of SKS drum mags that are really fucking stupid, this guy dropped an SKS mullet. That's an actually modernized SKS that can actually take present-day attachments and everything else. Thank you for the quick save, I actually just did that. This is a modernized SKS that can actually take more dovetail scopes. So if I wanted to use an SKS, I could probably make use of this one, and it... You know, this could make a decent, like, backup weapon if I wanted to maybe stick to, like, a PDW or an SMG in close quarters. Because I do still have the... Oh, no, did I get rid of my Scorpion? I think I got rid of my Scorpion. If I didn't get rid of my Scorpion, using that as a primary and the SKS mullet as my secondary would not be a terrible idea. Could be a good balanced loadout. But for now, I can do all of that right now by just having the AK-12. The only problem, though, is I don't have decent lighting options. Because the Scorpion still allows me to use handheld flashlights and gloves and glow sticks, but unfortunately, the AK does not allow me to do such a thing, and I still don't have a headlamp, despite having literally one of the best helmets in the game that I pilfered off a corpse, and still very early game stuff. So a proper headlamp would be a nice idea, preferably one that has night vision goggles. But night vision is way the fuck out of my budget right now. The mullet is a fucky one. My buddy Electrode would know more. Duct tapes the glow light to my forehead. I was watching the Rat Play Anomaly the other day, and the poor thing was stuck with an L85. You can make an L85 work, especially if it's an EFP. There are variants of the L85 that are not terrible. Not terrible, but not good. Also, good to see you, Rye. How you doing today? What the fuck are you idiots doing out here? If you idiots die, it is on you. My toxic stalker opinion is that I like the Susat scope. Angel, time Kelly out for 5 minutes. Don't actually do that. Don't actually do that. Right, you know what? I have an idea. I have an idea. Alright. Get ready for this. Kelly OC says, my toxic stalker opinion is that I like the Susat scope. Is that so? Is that so?
Bloodhound, this is Sunshine Actual. I got this one.
I forgot to type in the correct command, and now it just tested as me doing it. Let me try it again. Fuck.
What would you do without me?
There we go. Ah, that's good. That's good. That's a good bit. Alright, what the fuck are you idiots shooting at? Do I have to, like, personally step in? I mean, it's always my business. I always have to personally step in with you fucking hooligans, but, like, what? So, yeah, I'm so happy Angel's Redeem came up first. I do need to make the cameo redeems a little bit more rare, but it was absurdly funny. Alright, well, one of you idiots is carrying all of the gear that I'm trying to sell to Xenotech, so you need to move it on back right now. Oh, it's you, Rustic Fortunate. Is this EFP? It could be. If they're not yelling at anything, it's probably a single cat on the other side of the map. Yeah, it'll do it. Back in the SOC days, it was one of the better ones. Well, yeah, because it was either that or the fucking PSO. We had to take a week to get back in the day. Nowadays, now that I can put a fucking hammer sight in an AK-12, I get to be a little bit more picky. Alright. Alright, Xenotech. Shut up and buy my subpar equipment. Buy my low durability equipment, white boy. Well, I did recoup the cost of the beans, so I'm back up to 2K again. That's something. Okay, Trouble Monkey. What is your CPU and your GPU, and how the fuck are you managing a fucking Gamma Warfare run without your shit melting? I mean that 100%. Okay. A handgun repair kit is going to be 1,100 rubles. That is going to be half of my budget if I want to tune this Beretta up. And he's not even selling a 9mm barrel that I can actually make use of. So that's lovely. So here's what I'm gonna do. First off, I'm gonna be tuning up the one part I can tune up. I love listening to them pop off shots at positively nothing. Not sure about CPU, but graphics card is 3060 Ti. If I remember correctly, I think it definitely needs more more CPU than GPU. All right. You know, let me get your Vice. Cool. You know, I really like the threatening message that says you have 5 minutes. It's very spooky. I'm also a big fan of. Huh, it actually doesn't let me replace the part if the one that's in it has worse condition. That barrel needs help. I know the barrel needs help, but I can't afford to help it. Like, watch. Watch. 78 of my 64 gigabytes of RAM going to processing anomaly warfare in the army warehouses. Tell me about it. I spent the better part of, like... Wait, what? Clean weapon, clean... Wait. Are you shitting me? Wait. Replace parts? Then clean parts. What's the difference? Yeah, like, I spent, like, the better part of about 2 hours doing, like, an anomaly warfare, run, and the entire thing was me role-playing as a freedom guard at the barrier. And I spent the entire time sitting behind cover and reading Yuri until I started hearing gunshots and I had to jump into action. And I was such a bad shooter because I'd spent so much time sitting there reading Yuri. So I pulled out my gun and I'm hip-firing at motherfuckers and exos and not even hoping to win. And I'm like, man, being a guard sucks in the zone. Wait, can I just get by with cleaning the parts? No, okay, I have to replace them. It's only 6,000. Well, taking all of my discounts into account, I actually just managed to tune the gun up for way less than it would have taken for me to buy the fucking repair kit to do it myself. You know what? We take those. We take those. Well, now we have a fully functioning Beretta. That's good. Hey, all of you shitheads are in here, right? We got 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. Very funny that you lost some of your muscle memory from reading too much Yuri. Well, yeah, I'm sitting there and I'm trying to catch up on the new chapter of Dumb Mutt Girlfriend, and I'm getting shot at by, like, motherfuckers every which where, and I'm supposed to be, like, a proper, effective soldier? Look, dog, if you don't want me to sit down and read Yuri while I'm fucking being deployed in service, you should probably send me into a place with more action, I'm just saying. Hope your stream goes well. I got a dip, so have a good one. Thank you. Sent a goofy screenshot of my Agriprom and Warfare in Discord. Splendid. Good to have you in the community. What? A little bit of olive oil for it. Not the Ferretto special of using olive oil to clean your gun. I'm not that Italian. Reloading the revolver the lesbian way.
No, Prypiat.
This old diner still makes Coke the lesbian way. Oh, we're hideous. We're horrific. We're awful. We irritating. Well, how much to repair this? I'm probably just gonna go repair this later. Alright, well, we got the Beretta tuned up, and now we got us a nice new SKS. Given that it's about to be midnight, and I'm gonna work on the SKS shit the next day, or tomorrow, or whenever the fuck the next time is I play EFP. Probably, right? Probably gonna call it as soon as I get back to the cordon. Because my phone's running on fumes, and I got work tomorrow. Nice and SKS are hardly ever in the same sentence. Look, I know, but it's a decent long range. It's a decent, cost-effective long-range weapon until I can get that L96 tuned up. I'm gonna have to make do. Reloading my MP5 the lesbian way with an open. Oh, Jesus Christ! You updated Gamma again? Yeah, I've said it before, but you're stronger than I playing Gamma, homie. I couldn't stomach that shit. I'm sorry. I need another smoke. Hey, Laura, is you sell any Lucky Strikes? Sasha, like, running up and immediately, like, rattling the chain link. Hey, you got some Lucky Strikes? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. You got some Lucky Strikes? You got any Lucky Strikes? I could go with some Lucky Strikes, dude. Come on, man. Just give me one smoke. I just need a smoke, man. Come on. Just give me a little bit, one little hit, man. I just need one stick. Come on, just one. Come on, let me bum it off you. Let me bum it off you. You do not want Sasha on cigarette withdrawal. What? Okay, hold on a second. No, hold up. Okay, wait. Okay, I need to do this for the bit. Let me save real quick. I need to subject you all to... Okay, Angel. You were just talking about how you can't stand the SKS. I'm gonna subject you to torment. I'm gonna subject you to torment the likes of which has never before been seen in the Divine Comedy. Behold, Damascus taken. We are plunging depths of depravity that Sodom and Gomorrah could never hope to reach. It is a fully replaceable clip-fed SKS with a G36 sight. Gaze upon my creation and despair. They say this shit gives Fuds heart attacks. My little princess, isn't she beautiful? Come on, don't sit there and tell me you wouldn't shoot this thing. I'd bring this to the range just to see what motherfuckers out in my neck of the woods would say about it. Also, hi, Rhodey. Don't talk shit about Lucky Strikes in my stream, that's a par. You fucking with my cigarettes, it's a funeral. I want it. Okay, Nix, anytime that I make a gun and you say, I want it, that's like... That's a red flag, hon. As soon as you say you want a gun, that's a red flag. I don't know how to tell you this. Ask him if he's got Marlboro Blacks. Dude, my Marlboro points. Somebody remind me to make a mod that reskins one of the cigarette brands as camels, so I can then change it to the edit of the camels poster that says penis. That could be a really good mod. Look at me, ain't I cute?
I'm Sasha, I'm the maid. I'm the Sasha.
Well, now that I've thoroughly used up all my water... What the fuck? What the fuck? That's not okay. You can't say that shit to me. Even if you are my wife. Meanie. Alright. Unfortunately, we run into the most common problem in any in any zone. Oh wait, there's an indoor campfire. This should fare a little bit better. Let there be... Ow. Well, let there be... This fucking sucks. Why is it so hard to light a campfire indoors? Take matches. You saying I'm the maid is incredible. Marlboro points are goated. I saved up enough for that KA-52 Hokum B. What the fuck is that? Boil me water. Okay. We got water. And now, we got fresh, purified water. So I'm fed for the rest of the day, and we got water. Honestly, a rather fruitful day. A rather fruitful day. I don't want these Makarovs, though. Get these out of my inventory. Alright. We're gonna call this here. I'll worry about whatever else I want to do with my inventory later. We're gonna head on down to the bar, raid out, and call it a night. Alright. What a fucking day. The Russian answer to the Apache. God, the Apache's a really fucking good helicopter, I gotta say. Personal guilty pleasure of a helicopter. Interesting thing for a human being to say. I know. Now, what's our raid message gonna be? What's our raid message gonna be? Fuck it. This is going to be the worst one ever. That's not all of my emotes. Why is it not showing me all of my emotes? Where's my Muller emote? Ah, there we go. There we go. Hold up. Perfect. Mines are awful, but I love how they look. Alright, here's our raid message. Oh, this sucks. So who are we gonna raid? Oh, hold up. I have a video I want to share with y'all before we raid out, okay? Hear me out. How much battery does my phone have? What was that? What just crashed? OBS crashed? Hey guys, I just got the note of that OBS crashed. If I don't hit OK, we're still good. We're still good. So, I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm gonna do something really stupid. I'm just gonna keep fucking, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. That's really fucking funny. That's really fucking funny. That's really fucking funny. Okay. Also, hi, Soroka. Just in time for us to raid out. Seeking! Hedges and movers and seeking! Oil paintings, oil painting! It's the Dallas Mower Expo! Be there! What's wrong with me? What's fucking wrong with me? I think this is the title of the game. Where is it? Here we go. So, there's a mod for Stalker 2, for Stalker Anomaly called Desolation. And it basically aims to, like, while a lot of, like, mods like EFP and BAS add a lot of, like, gun models from Escape from Tarkov, Desolation basically turns Stalker into a full-on, like, extraction shooter with all of, like, the insane randomized gun builds included. And this is a video of a guy playing Stalker Desolation and sharing some of the worst guns he has ever seen in his fucking life. And you guys need to watch this. Okay. Keep this. You're not ready. Also, I forgot the TV display. I need to turn the CRT back on. No, there's a really bad one where it's like a fucking ladder of EOTech magnifiers. It looks awful. This shit is a nightmare. No, it gets worse. Look at this shit. This shit sucks. Hey, what's up, Soul? Can we get a shout out for Soul? What is this? That's like a loophole scope and like 3 flashlights. I love using my colander as a suppressor. No, it gets worse. Thank you for the shout out. Everybody, please go follow Soleil Finley. She's a great friend of the PCHC, and we're very happy to have her, and she has a fantastic, cohesive model art style and content. Please go watch her. What the fuck is this? No, it gets worse. Oh. Oh my god. Is that a fucking hammer sight in like a canted... This video never fails to make me laugh. This quickly becomes the logical bit of Zone Jackasses using the fact that they have attachment rails as a way to flex how much they've made. No, literally. Like, it becomes like the endless fact that no matter what culture or time of time of history you're in, people will always find their own stupid fucking ways to, like, to symbolize how much money they make. And this is the idea where here in the zone, people flex how much money they make, not with their cars or their chains or their clothes, but how much stupid shit they put on their guns, right? This is the zone's logical conclusion to centuries of Slavic culture that previously, like, culminated in gangsters having their headstones just be a depiction of them standing next to their car. This shit is awful. This shit is awful, dude. Oh, the green magazine. This shit sucks. Am I gonna join the 100 rads and suddenly see the soundboard has been updated with Oh, this is bad, dude. Angel, it gets worse. It gets worse. It's not enough. It's not enough to just have a stairway of UMG razors. A stairway of UMG razors and magnifiers. Those are not even magnifiers. Those are the two rings that you put a scope into. Those are the scope mounts, and it's just a never-ending stairway of UMG razors and scope mounts. And there's a fucking laser on top of the breach. There's a laser on top of the breach. What the fuck? This shit sucks. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna have like phlegm in my system for like 2 days from how hard I've been laughing at this fucking video. Is that a fucking World Star logo next to bandits? Okay. Okay. Hold up, there's one more. There's one more I want to put on before my phone dies. Oh my god. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Bro. Bro heard that the KS-23 was like an aircraft gun. And then he was like, no, let me show you. Bro. You know what? No. As a woman who unironically loves like flat cannons and other shit in FPS. Wait, no, wait. Is it missing the grip? There's no grip. There's no grip, there's no stock. It just ends here. This is a 7.62 by 39 weapon. And it just ends right here? Bro. No grip, no stock, no foregrip. These hands are holding nothing. This hand is holding nothing. Okay, you know, no. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Oh, this is unusable. This is unusable. Wait, it has a drum mag? The I'll get you bitch. The I'll get you bitch sample is so good. Oh. Oh, that bitch is sawed off. That bitch is sawed off. There's no barrel there. Oh, dude. Dude, I'm gonna throw up. New bottom surgery. Oh, that scope is not on anything. That scope is not on anything. There's no cover for the gas tube. That's just the recoils. That's just the spring assembly. And there's no. Oh no, bro. Wait, there's not even a gas tube. There's no gas tube on this thing. There's no gas tube. What? Yeah, it's on a, okay, I guess it is on a dovetail mount. Okay, fair. But there's no gas tube. There isn't a gas tube. Oh, this shit. This shit sucks, dude. This shit sucks. And that's a fucking, what is that site called? I think it's called like a, not like an aim point. What is that site called? I almost called it Alexa Pro. I almost called that red dot site the Alexa Pro. The fucking site I saw in the Canadian Tire. Oh, this is awful. Oh no, dude. Lexapro is what you need after watching this video. It's the insane fucking editing. Wait, what? Wait, okay, hold up, okay. Okay. We've got like a Reaper IR sight that has like a fucking like flashlight clipping through it. We've got another laser sight here, and then another is that supposed to be the front sight post? And then bro's hands is grabbing nothing and clipping through the foregrip. We got the MP5 SD with the fucking micro penis barrel, and that drum mag is a drum mag that probably has like 20 rounds in it. You got a drum mag that probably carries less than a regular MP5 SD banana clip. Wait, what? No, hold up. That's another sight down there. Oh. Oh, bro. Oh my god. The fact that the game keeps seeing fit. Is that Monica from fucking Literature Club? Yeah. I guess this one does have a gas tube. At what cost? The editing on this is... Dude, that bottom side doesn't even fucking work. Oh. What? What? That's like a fucking stock from a honey badger where like 90% of the bitch is the buffer tube. We got the fucking classic M16 carry handle where the rear sight is being completely blocked by the mount for that whack-ass scope, so there's no reason to have the front sight post on your fucking barrel. What is happening with that grip? And it's a bipod foregrip for a gun that probably has bullet drop indoors. Oh. Bro's barrel looks like a horse cock. What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at, bro? Oh my god. And there's two of them? What is this, dude? The bad dragon dropped a new chance and it's a fucking gun. Is he shooting with this? It's a PTRD? What the fuck am I looking at, bro? Oh my god, dude, they need to send people to The Hague for building this shit. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, that shit did me in, bro. I'm not okay after that. I'm not okay after that. Oh my god. Okay, enough. 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 Hold on a fucking second. Hold on. I'm going to Twitch. I'm going to Twitch. Who the fuck are we raiding tonight? Who are we raiding tonight? As Barry, you know what? Let's say hi to Barry. Let's say hi to Barry. What are your pronouns this day, good friend? I don't know what your pronouns are, Barry, and I haven't checked in on your stream in a fat fucking minute, but we're gonna right now. For those who don't know, Barry's a very cool homie that I actually met through Stalker. Barry raided me once when I was in BRB state during my Autumn Aurora stream with Tribs in 2022. The one that I did the day after having like a completely like worldview changing depressive meltdown. Barry's fantastic. I love this motherfucker, and is also a very, very talented like animator and like modder. Really fucking cool. So we're gonna go on over and say hi to Barry, and we're going to do it in the most absurd way possible, with our raid message being, "This bar still makes coke the lesbian way." So I'm gonna start. Actually, no, I should probably be diligent, and I should check what Barry's fucking pronouns are, before I raid in. Where's your fucking server, Barry? You big fucking goofball. Here we go. You are. Your pronouns are... What the fuck are your pronouns, Barry? I just want to know. I just want to... Hold on a second. No, they've got to be here somewhere. They got to be here somewhere. I'm not raiding without your pronouns. Surrender your fucking pronouns, Barry! Don't worry about it. I'm gonna figure it out during the raid out. So give me a second. I'm gonna bring us on down to the end screen, and we're gonna get raid out. We're gonna get ready to raid out the Barry. Okay. Fuck. Oi. What a fucking night. In sickness and in health, in good loot and the most horrific fucking guns I have ever seen in my life. I've not raided you in the last 30 days. Yeah, I've actually not raided you in years. You still follow me though. Start raid. All right, we're gonna get ready to go raid Barry. You got your raid message. If you don't have those emotes, feel free to use whichever emotes you damn well please. I will see you over in Barry's channel. Obviously, what is it? Respect the rules. Don't be weird. Don't be a dick. You fuck up in there, you're not coming back in here, because we're all about that solidarity ban. What else? You can expect to see me again this Thursday, where I'm going to be playing Darkwood with Soroka, and after that, on Friday, for Halloween, we're going to be playing Signalis, but something is very clearly wrong. And I hope to see you all there. Not sure about Sunday. Probably nothing on Sunday. I'll see you all then. Remember to stop by our Discord if you want to hang with us. Come check out my Blue Sky if you want to see what else I got going on. See you then. Be good to yourselves. Be safe out there. And Prypiat City Hate Crew for life. Peace out.